So, hello and good morning. Now, I do apologise initially because it's 4 a.m. and I'm in the middle of England, so I'm a little bit tired. I do have a coffee here, but I haven't had a drink yet, but I will in a moment. But this is the beginning of a 18-hour journey that I've done before. I'm driving to the south of France, and because the journey, I really quite like it. It's because I'm going south now towards London, although I will miss London and go around the outside, and then I will head down to Dover. When I get into the north of France, I then go south, straight for Paris. I go through Paris and then through the massive central down to the south of France. Anyway, it's a lovely journey, but it's very long. It's 18 hours, and I'm always interested in how I start like this, and I look differently when I arrive there. You'll be able to tell. On this journey, I'm going to be talking about watches and related topics, or basically about watches. We are going to be a little bit G-Shock heavy, and I do have some watches with me, so I will be pulling out some watches to show you. And I've got a list of topics that I will cover, and I will have to come back to that because I've got them written down on a piece of paper and I don't have it to hand. So we will go through wristwatches, some topics about wristwatches, and believe it or not, that should take us way into the south of France. Also, when I've done this before, it takes about 2 hours. Sorry, I mean the journey takes 18 hours, but the video that I put together, even when I've edited it, it's still around 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. So I'm going to try and keep it below 2 hours. I know it's very long, but one person did write to me saying, I can't believe that that I've gone through 2 hours of watching your video. It was so long, but he did, and I think he liked it. And then I thought to myself, what I may do is make another video, and for that person in particular. Anyway, I've got to put. I'm going to concentrate on driving now, and I'll be back very soon. So I hope you can see the road. The camera should be more steady. I've got it on a new steadier thing, so it should be better. And this is 4 in the morning. I'm in the middle of England. I'm near a place called Northamptonshire. Well, I'm in Northamptonshire, and I'm going almost dead south towards London. Well, actually, I'm going southeast because I'm going to go around London, but I'm heading for Dover in the south of England. This part of the journey should be about 2.5 hours. I quite like driving at this time on this sort of road because it's so delightful. I normally switch on the radio, and I have a load of business reports on my podcast that I listen to. So journeys like this, I go through podcasts, all my news reports, and so I tend to like it. And also, I get the opportunity to chat about wristwatches. And because I'm on this 18-hour journey, I think, why not chat about wristwatches? And again, I might be a little bit heavy on the G-Shock side, and I have them here, and I think I said that moments ago. So I will be showing those when it's daylight outside. Anyway, I wanted to show you the road because I think it's quite delightful. It's now 4:30 in the morning, and I'm about 2 hours away. Actually, no, I'm 2 hours 50 minutes away from Dover, and daybreak is starting to take place over to my left, the east here. And maybe you can can see in the video, the reason I put the video on is because you might be able to see the day breaking. In fact, you can. Literally, I was hoping to capture the daybreak actually, and in the last minute, 3 minutes, it's got lighter all of a sudden as the horizon, the sun comes over the horizon, and hopefully you've caught that in the ambient light in the back of the car there. And I think my face might look orange, and that's because the instrument dashboard is illuminating. If I was to turn that off, it might you might get more of a, there you go, that's actually the lights from the oncoming traffic. Anyway, it's a quick hello, 4:30 in the morning. I hope to have caught daybreak, that I think I have done, and I'm now going to put the news back on, and we shall speak again soon. Well, actually, the next video will be immediate, so it won't be soon for you, but it will be soon for me. So it's now 04:36 in the morning, and I on purpose wanted to show you the Apple Watch, because we're going to be talking about that. In a previous video, and I think I've said before, I often wear my Frogman as a driving watch, and I do, and I have the Frogman here, but I actually need the utility of the Apple Watch right now, so that's why it's on my wrist. So we will come back to that, and I suppose at this point I'll quickly preface again what I hope to be talking about. So there is the new Citizen ProMaster dive watch, and Eco Drive. I want to talk about that. There is the new green Frogman, MRG Frogman. So you know I want to talk about that. There is Watches and Wonders. There is me making a wristwatch. There is other YouTube channels that talk about wristwatches and possible trends that I think I'm seeing. There are the Dubai Watch Week coming up and the Geneva Watch Days events coming up. There is watch magazines and watch press that I see, that I'm aware of, that I like, and we are going to be talking about the journey from the UK to the south of France in a motor vehicle, and it's a journey that I really like. Over the years, perhaps I should wait to talk about driving, and okay, I need to look at the road and concentrate for a moment. I shall be back in a moment. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because it won't make any difference to you, because the moment this stops, the next piece will come on. Okay, so I'll do that. I don't know if I mentioned it in my previous video, or one of my previous videos, but why do I make this video of me driving across the planet? And there are two reasons. The first reason is I don't really know. It just seemed like a good idea at the time. Number two, I think this video might be very interesting for future viewing. Perhaps when I'm a real old git, I could, on that occasion, watch back what I did years previously. One of the things I don't do today is watch my own stuff, because it's horrible, and I think other video makers find the same problem. It's really horrible watching yourself, and I'm probably my worst critic. I'm watching myself thinking, Stephen, this is so bad, you are terrible. So I'm cringing the whole time, and I think, what am I doing uploading this to YouTube? It's terrible. And then some very nice people that I don't necessarily know will message me saying, I really like your video, please make another. And I think, are you sure? And when they say that, I think, one of my intentions is to actually create something on YouTube that is of value to somebody else. The same way that I watch some of the videos and I take a lot of value from them, and often I will write or a comment, or perhaps there's a need for me to write something, and I will say, hey look, thank you very much, the video you've made is rather good, you've put a lot of effort into it, and I just want you to know that this individual me thinks that your content's great. So that's one of the reasons that I do it. Not that I'm aligning myself to that, but one or two people have said, I really like your videos, and also the ones I've done where I'm traveling, and so that's why I'm doing it. And I suppose, if I'm honest, the other reason is because it's literally 18 hours I'm in this car. 18 hours, it can be filled with, about half of that, so about 9 hours, I'm definitely listening to news reports and podcasts. So that's very good, and I tend to like that. But about, after 9 hours worth, you're ready for a break. And then, there might be the odd phone call, but I hate phone calls. Oh, I really do. Maybe back in the day, of course, people used to speak on the telephone. Today, no one does. Why would you when you can text? And I'm definitely in that camp. Also, my phones they live on silent. You have to message me beforehand to actually call me, and but that's more because of work and things like that. Anyway. So that's why I am making this video, because there might be the odd person that finds it interesting. Maybe they just want to go to sleep, and my voice and the audio visual is that, it puts you to sleep. So that could be the reason. And I think that in the future, members of my family, might want to take fun of me, and they might want to watch it or something. I don't know. So that's why I'm doing it. Anyway, it is 04. It's 4:45 in the morning, which is nice. I've still got that, happy feeling, because it's early morning, sunrise. Driving along this empty road is delightful, and I'm all sort of happy. For some reason, I love driving to Paris and through Paris in that Paris traffic. It's the most bizarre thing. If I was in London traffic, I would be hating every minute. Traffic jams and traffic. Everyone hates traffic, but it's something that I avoid at all cost. But for some reason, this journey, driving to Paris and driving through Paris, is absolutely delightful, and I've got no idea why. Anyway, okay, so let's talk about the new Citizen ProMaster 300-meter diver, and from memory, I think the part number is NB-1024. I do apologise if that's the wrong part number, and hopefully I'm going to watch this video back and pop an image, well, actually images of that dive watch into this video right now. So here is this fabulous watch, really, and seeing this watch reminded me of the excitement that I would have when I looked at the Citizen 300-meter dive watches and the Seiko SKX dive watches. So I'm going back to the 2000s. Maybe I'm going back to the late 1990s, but I think it's in the 2000s. In particular, the SKX and the Citizen equivalent. But and today they've over the years, I have noticed their automatic divers, and I think they're almost identical to the way the watch looked 20 years ago. They have an automatic version, and if hopefully I'll find an image of those that I'm talking about, and I will pop that into the video now. So So at the time that the Seiko SKX 007 and the orange dial, black dial, and there was a yellow dial, when they were very popular, Citizen had their version, and I remember the price was almost similar. The only one of the big character feature differences was the crown was on the other side of the watch case, and I really liked that. And for me, the Seiko and Citizen 300-meter divers, or were they 200-meter divers? 203 meters. It doesn't really matter in real life, because you're not going to go down to 200 meters. You would be you'd be in professional equipment. Anyway, so we have these dive watches, and recently I noticed the Citizen Eco Drive, and it's a large, tuna fish can, type of dive watch, integrated rubber bracelet, Eco Drive, applied indices, although they're probably stamped indices. Proportions are chunky and very utilitarian and very Citizen. I looked at it and I thought, wow, I love that watch. I instantly thought, I really want that watch. That was the response and the feeling I had back in the day. I'm going back 20, 15 years ago, when I really was into the SKX. I loved the way that thing looked. There was something about that three-hand date, rotating bezel, the Pepsi configuration, the orange dial or the black dial. It was a genre of wristwatch that was so cool in its day. It is still very cool today. In the upmarket environment, you've got, of course, the Rolex Submariner and the Black Par 50 Fathoms style of divers, and I do like those. But this Citizen, this Eco Drive, is something that I really go for, and it's linking me to the technology behind it, and that is its Eco Drive. And very quickly that's taken us down the path of, hold on, we're heading towards non-mechanical watches, we're heading towards a mechanical digital watch or an electronic watch, because it's Eco Drive. And the Eco Drive and the digital stroke electronic accuracy is something that does feature quite often for me, and is sort of pervasive. Many times I look at watches, and because I'm busy, because I'm going somewhere, I need the watch to have the accurate time on it immediately, like for example on the Apple Watch, or my G-Shocks, the square, or the analog Frogman, because of course they are electronic, and they're also time synced to the smartphone, and they're very accurate anyway, even if you don't sync them. So I am finding in my grand old age today, and my need for a wristwatch, that I do need I don't need to. I find that I am preferring the digital watches stroke electronic watches, because I don't have to set the time. Now I understand that setting the time is something really quite delightful on a mechanical watch, and many watch enthusiasts will pick up a mechanical watch, set the time, wind it up, put it on their wrist, and they love that mechanical interaction, and I do as well. But so many times I'm in a rush and I'm thinking what watch I might wear, and then I want to colour match it with my t-shirt or I've already put the clothes on and then I want to colour match my watch to what I'm wearing. And if I'm very busy, I'm always thinking I should just grab this G-Shock, or I'll grab the Frogman, or I'll grab the Apple Watch. And the Apple Watch is getting a lot more wrist time than I thought it would, and it's because of its usefulness. And I don't want people to hate me for that, or to think I'm turning over to the dark side, because I'm really not. But I do wear this thing more often than There are times though where I do on purpose grab the Frogman, put that on, or one of the square G-Shocks. I actually do that. Yeah, I put the Apple Watch on first, and then I think, no way, it's sacrilege, I can't do that. I take the Apple Watch off, and I put on the Frogman. So that does happen. Now, the Citizen EcoPro ProMaster, would that see the wrist time like my Frogman? Actually, I really think it would do. I would be wearing that more than it would be a popular wearer, I believe. Now, I don't have one, and will I get one? I really don't know. I'm so close to it, but the reason I'm talking about it right now. I know that I'm going off at tangents, but it's a general wristwatch talk. The reason I'm talking about that Citizen is because it reminded me of what a geek I am and how ridiculous I am. But it also reminded me of the pleasure that these Citizen Eco Drive dive watches gives a person. Simply being aware of it, being released and looking at it and checking it out on YouTube, really delights me. I really love it, and it reminds me that I am a bit of a watch geek, because over the last few weeks I've been busy with work and things, and there have been moments where I thought, I wonder if I'm still a watch geek because I'm wearing the Apple Watch. I haven't thought about G-Shock for a long time. I haven't thought about anything, and my mind wasn't really on wristwatches at all. And I thought maybe I'm backsliding, but that Citizen pulled me back onto the straight and narrow. So I realise I'm definitely a watch geek, and there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, back in a moment. I thought, I can't do this to people. I've just been chatting about not wearing, about wearing an Apple Watch and disliking myself. So I have put on the MRG Frog. This is a watch that I call it, well, it's used as a driving watch because of its very clear, legible hands. Now, because it syncs to my iPhone, but it's a G-Shock anyway, so it's digital. It's correct to within half a second anyway, at any point in time. And I don't know if you can see. Hopefully, you can. You'll be able to see the how legible the hands are, and the second hand. So so this on the wrist, to the minute, to the second, really, I'm accurate. And also, as I'm driving away, I can glance at my Frog, and I think, ooh, MRG Frog, and that is so cool. And I really like this watch. And I keep thinking, am I going to grow up? And will my taste grow up? And I thought I will talk about how, as a watch collector, your taste can change, and the signs that you're going through a taste change as a watch collector. Well, what should we call it? A collecting hiatus of style and design. Maybe that's the correct word for it. Anyway, I felt so guilty chatting about watches with my Apple Watch on and trying to half justify why I'm wearing that. And I thought, what am I doing? I'm driving to the south of France. I need to put on the Frog because this is my diving watch. And if I had other people in the car, I would definitely be wearing this to show off and let everyone know who's the boss. Anyway, I thought I would quickly show you this, and also odd pothole, you don't really mind. But when you hit a pothole that must be, several centimetres deep and large enough for the wheel to dramatically depress into the pothole, so it knocks your suspension and car about, it does start to cheese you off. And there's a bit of road here, and it was like being in an aircraft and you hit pockets of turbulence, boof, 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 shaking about. And I thought, what damage is that doing to the car? Anyway, then luckily the potholes, batch, the turbulence I've just been through, that's now gone away. And but I thought I would tell you about it. And once again, I'm reminding myself I'm trying to keep this video to less than 2 hours. And already I've chatted a number of times, and so I do apologise. But I think the reason that I'm so wanting to chat is because I've got that happy feeling. It's daybreak. I've just had a coffee, actually, one I made earlier in my Bowden cup here. These are the best coffee cups you can buy. They're absolutely brilliant. I've only got one, so normally I always have two, but I only had one on this occasion, and they're very good. And that coffee has entered my body. Really, that's a life support device, caffeine, but it is actually fresh coffee, and I actually make it. I made that one with single cream, and you can't imagine how good it was with Colombian beans, I think. If it wasn't Colombian beans, it was Italian beans, but I think that was Colombian. It tasted Colombian. Anyway, so I'm chatting a lot, trying to keep this video down, and I'm aware that the video is up, so I do apologise, and maybe I will edit it out. But knowing me, being the one-take specialist, i.e. I only ever take one-take video shots. Actually, that's an interesting thing. Okay, many YouTubers or many video creators will, of course, do many takes because their level of integrity is much higher than mine, and they want to get the video right so it doesn't offend the viewer. Where someone like me does one take and thinks to hell with it. If the viewer doesn't like it, so what? And actually, I don't really think that, but you get what I mean. So I only do one take, and also I allow the chronology of the videos to be all in line. So I don't really edit the videos either. So if I haven't got it, and it's time, I will have missed it. And so I know that I should really do other takes, I suppose, to get the video right, but then I think the video might lose its authenticity, and it would also take me much longer, so the admin would be horrible. And if I really had to do a second take or a third take or get my stuff together, I don't think I would have time, and that the actual video wouldn't actually be put together anyway. So that's why I'm a one-take wonder, and it's why these videos can be very rough and full of errors. And so I'm really hoping that the viewer can tolerate it and not hold it against me. But at least you've got something, and I hope that's a benefit. Anyway, back in a moment. Something has just occurred to me that I look like I've been hit by a bus. That is because I have been hit by a bus, aka I've only got out of bed an hour ago, and I didn't have a shower or anything. I had a shower last night, but this morning I literally rolled out of bed, rolled into the kitchen, made a coffee, and jumped in the motor vehicle, and here I am. So this is going to please some of you. There is the gold G-Shock, the TFG. Now, this is the 35th. It's the G-Shock that I've shown a few times, and it's probably the one G-Shock that I've had the most fun with. I've said this before. This bad boy does nothing but achieve fun and entertainment. I've worn this in business meetings, and perhaps that was a little crazy because I looked too cool. I think other people in the meeting would have thought, what guy on earth, number one, wears a G-Shock Square to a business meeting, number two, a gold G-Shock Square to a business meeting, and I am the person that does that. I am the person that will wear a gold G-Shock to a business meeting. I probably was wearing a black t-shirt as well, so that might have been very concerning. If it wasn't a black t-shirt, it might have been a grey shirt. Actually, if I was in a meeting I normally do have at least a shirt on. So I've worn it a couple of times. I've definitely worn this with a grey shirt and a jacket, so because I thought it matched. And I love the display. And what Casio do that they don't really publish, I believe, is that there are many GMW variants. So that's full metal Gs, and so you'll have a black, a green, a purple version, a DLC version. What Casio don't tell you is that the LCD display there will slightly change colour as well. So what I think they've done with the TFC with this watch is that the LCD display, the lighter part of it, is more of a rich. It's got a slight golden hue in the display, I believe. If I'm wrong, and it's the same as a standard positive display, I accept that. Maybe the gold hue of the metal reflects in the display. I don't know. But someone else did say to me they do change the chemistry of the colouring of the display to match the metal case colour. And I thought that level of detail, I love it. And G-Shock is a watchmaker that will go to these levels of detail, and I'll never talk about it. But of course, the designers and the production engineers, are aware of it. So in photographs, if you ever thought to yourself that display looks, the hue of the LCD display looks a little different than the other ones that are also positive. That's because it is different. G-Shock have made it slightly different. Anyway, I wanted to quickly show you the gold square because I do like it. I really like it. At times I do think to myself, it is a little loud. And when people talking about watches flying under the radar and that sort of thing, all my watches tend to eat the radar. They tend to grab hold of the radar and smash it, so that they're all over the radar and in full view of the radar. This is definitely not a watch that ever has been under a radar. It doesn't know what a radar is. It's simply, it's like one of those puppies that will grab you and lick you. That watch is just going to grab you and lick you, and and want your attention. Anyway, there you go. I've got an hour and 40 minutes to Dover. Anyway, back in a moment. I'm quickly showing you the road here. time, this hyper-alloy combat chassis here, I'm not looking that sprightly. I do look like I've been hit by a bus, and in other words, I have been hit by a bus, also known as waking up and getting out of bed, in the middle of the night, 3:30 a.m. I think it was. Anyway, there you go. So I'm going to have breakfast. Now, I've never had biltong for breakfast before, but today is the very first time, and I haven't had biltong for years. We are going back many, many years that I last had biltong. When I saw this in the supermarket, I thought, I bet that is great for car trips, and I bet it's great for travelling to the south of France. And I wanted to capture that on camera because I really had forgotten what it tastes like, and it's very good. If you're hungry, that's going to be fabulous, and I think it's an ideal for a car journey. And on this car journey, actually, I'm not going to be 18-hour long car journeys, you need to think it through with respect to food and drink. In the past, I've noticed that if I have carbohydrates later in the journey, so things, anything like pasta or potatoes or anything like that, starchy breads, anything glutinous, it has the effect of making you very, very tired. But this is much later on in the journey. So this is when I've been in the car 10 hours. I know not to have anything like bread or carbohydrates. The better foods to have are proteins, meats, or fruit is okay actually, like a banana. But I thought this stuff is going to be great for later in the journey. And also, I eat much less because that keeps you awake as well. Now, because I'm not a food expert, I can't really explain my understanding. But apparently, by focusing on fruit and proteins, like things like this, when you're driving, is much better for you because your blood sugar is at a level that's more likely to keep you awake and keep you focused, which is the intention. Now, this is never a problem at the beginning of the journey or for the first 5 hours because you'll be awake anyway. But when you get to 10 hours, you do really need to start thinking about staying awake and staying alert. Now, I've done this a few times, so some people will say, hold on, 5 hours is a long time, and that is correct. Driving for 5 hours is a long time to drive. For me, it's nothing. I can do 5 hours. It's like going to the corner shop. It's absolutely easy peasy. 10 hours is where you start having to think about it. But when you hit the 14-hour, 15-hour mark, that's when you really have to, get it together. And shoving more coffee inside you doesn't work either. But I think biltong is definitely going to be, the stuff that I eat at 14 hours. And I have another packet there as well. So I'm saving that for the 14-hour mark. Anyway, there you go. Here I am talking about driving for 18 hours. And I'm only 1.5 hours in. And for a moment I thought, hang on, I feel a little tired. You see, you should never make these claims, ever. Anyway, maybe because I need another coffee. I have this open roads like this, I really am more enjoying it. But I can feel this script in my mind saying, check traffic, check the view in the mirror, at the side, what's in ahead, who might be overtaking, and that is really running the whole time. And the minute that I catch myself sometimes, forgetting that's when I literally think, oh gosh, right, just check all my mirrors again and keep everything, gentle and under control, and have this defensive disposition. So I do apologise, I'm off at a tangent again, but I'm linking it to wristwatches, having something that's great for driving it and very legible, and cups of coffee and the appropriate food stuff to keep you awake and to keep your blood sugar as non-changing as possible, because that's going to be better for your mood, but better for your alertness. Anyway, there you go. I have to say this: as you are driving along, you do notice good drivers and bad drivers. It is that binary. It's not that some drivers are better than others a little bit. What I've found over the years is that as you're watching traffic behind you, in front of you, overtake you, I am noticing that I can very quickly put that vehicle into a category of being driven well or being driven badly. For example, a car has just driven past me, and whoever the driver was, they were brilliant. They were a very good driver, because they could see the vector of my travel, and their indication overtaking me it matched the vector of my travel perfectly, and they gave a lot of space. They zoomed past me and they indicated back in. They were a good driver. I simply know that if I kept on watching them, my opinion would be they're a great driver. Sometimes you get drivers and instantly you know they're trouble because their indicating is terrible, i.e. they don't indicate. The way that they overtake you is like they're on a racetrack. Now, there's never a good, on a normal highway, driving your car like you're on a racetrack is never a good idea, ever, because you've got no idea who else is on the road. And when you drive like you're on a racetrack and you don't indicate and you're a bad driver, you put everybody else at danger, plus yourself. So that is what categorizes a bad driver. You are a bad driver if you put everybody else at risk. You are a good driver if you indicate appropriately, very well, and you judge all the vectors of the moving traffic to match the behavior of your vector, your trajectory. That's a good driver. Anyway, I thought I would offer you my opinion about good and bad drivers, because I really think on the road there are only two. That's interesting. Looks like an airfield. I think that's a private airfield there. Anyway, there you go. I forgot the big subject that you need to discuss when you're on long journeys and you're driving the vehicle. The bathroom, going to the loo, taking a wee, having a pee. This is such a big deal. Okay, if you are a pilot and you are the pilot, it tends to be the private aircraft pilots. Sometimes there's only one pilot. If the aircraft is private and it's larger, there tends to be two. If you have two pilots, flying an aircraft, you really do have to have thought of the biology, your own biology. You really have to, think it through. And I imagine, if you know the flight's going to be 5 hours, gosh, straight away you'll have really thought about going to the bathroom before you even, take off. And I can understand that you're not going to touch a drop of liquid or food or anything for the first 4 hours of that journey. And you probably wait until the last 45. Well, I know that as a rule you never eat or drink until the last hour of your flight. Yes, you really have to think it through. Now, of course, driving a car isn't that bad because you can just pull over if you need to or wait for services. And so because this is 18 hours, it is something that I do think about. But I try always to match going to the bathroom with a fuel stop. But a car like this, the fuel efficiency is that good that even on a mammoth journey like this, I actually only need to refuel on one occasion. So that's rather good. So I will definitely hope to use the bathroom on that one occasion that I refuel. But sometimes it doesn't happen because you don't need the bath. You don't need the loo at that point in time. So I then time going to the bathroom with coffee stops, because one of the things I will need to do on this journey is stop at least once for a coffee. And in France, the coffees are different. They have got much better actually over the years. I've noticed that they've become more Americanized, definitely more, not Europeanized, Americanized, because they've got larger, which actually is my preference. That's very interesting. There's some caravans and heavy works unit there. So that is something that I do like. I like the American style large lattes, and they are absolutely no good for making you want to go to the toilet, but they're very enjoyable when you're traveling. So I don't let the need for the bathroom stop me have the latte that I really want. Where was I? The bathroom. So already I'm thinking I need the bathroom, which is bothering me because I pride myself on getting this stuff all worked out, and I'm only an hour and a half. I'm towards 2 hours in. I need the bathroom, so this is shocking. Maybe that coffee. Anyway, doesn't matter. Point is, long journeys, if you're driving by yourself, needing the loo is something you've got to think about, and pilots really have to get this one right. And anyway, there you go. I'm on a tangent again. Now, I'm going to show you something that I think's probably strange. I keep these in the car, and it's because you have a shave, you jump in the car, you're going somewhere, and you put your hand over your face like this, and then you'll feel some out of place uncut bristles like there or there or there or there. And on this occasion I've just detected some whiskers here, and I thought, not a problem, I'm all ready for that, so I can feel that I've already got them. Now I'm dry shaving. Some people I know don't do that, but I've over the years I can't dry shave at the very beginning, but when I'm literally going over capturing the loose whiskers, I find that you can dry shave, and I can feel that I've got them all. So I put the thing back over here. After a couple of times, these are disposable, so I will dispose of it. And but there you go. I'm just looking like this. I've just tidied the shaving up a little, and I can't believe I have just shown you that. a petrol car, and we have E10 petrol and E5 petrol. E10 petrol is 95 octane, and the E5 petrol is 97 octane. I believe that the E10 is approximately 10% ethanol, and the E5 5% ethanol. I could be wrong. It's a while ago since I've read the information on this, but I want to talk about the difference, the practical difference of having those fuels in a petrol car, and as a car user, and also using both those petrols on purpose. I wanted to know, is there a difference that you notice? And I can report that I do notice a slight difference. Now, I suppose, considering the octane level, E10 is 95 octane, E5 is 97 octane, meaning that in theory the E5 is going to, that petrol is going to be slightly more explosive. It's going to have a little more energy in it, and even though it sounds almost negligible, 95 octane, 97 octane, I imagine if you're in a powerful car, you definitely will not notice the difference. In a smaller car, you might notice the difference. I'm saying that because I believe this car is 1.1, and I've driven it with E5 petrol and E7, and definitely I would say that I have noticed the difference in performance. There is slightly a little more power with the E5 petrol, with the 97 octane petrol, and possibly I've also noticed that there is slightly a little more mileage, like for example on a whole tank. I am sure that I got an extra 30 miles on the E5 petrol that had higher octane. So this isn't a scientific approach to this at all, and I wouldn't even claim that these measurements are something for you to base your own thoughts on. But my opinion, and based on what I think I've seen, definitely there is a difference between the E10 and E5 petrol. The E5 petrol that is 97 octane definitely seems to have a little more power in smaller cars. I'm expecting that on a larger car with a bigger engine, you won't notice the power difference. In a smaller car, I think I'm noticing a slight difference. Anyway, so we're on the Dartford crossing here, and I actually thought that I'd programmed my sat-nav to not take me this way, but it has brought me this good chance that I won't actually see this video for several days. So I'm thinking, Stephen, do not forget to log on and pay this damn charge, because there's probably a horrible late fee if you forget to pay. And it is annoying, actually. I am finding that in the UK you find these hidden charges. I suppose it's not really hidden, but you're either paying road tax or you are not. You're paying, and on there you go. Hopefully I caught that Dover Channel Tunnel M20. That's road. This is a lovely road, actually. It's if you look at a map, it's on the northern. It's like a northern route. Obviously you're travelling southeasterly, but it's the northern route, most northern route down to Dover from England, above London. And anyway, it's a little bit annoying. You think to yourself, why am I paying this damn charge when I pay road tax? Don't we live in a country that has worked all this out, and that's why you pay road tax? But I bet there's a good reason for it. Although, I imagine if you forget to pay this charge, because it's so easy to forget, you simply have to remember to do it. It will be annoying. Anyway, there you go. Dark charge. The road I've been on, the bridge I've been on, you have to pay for. Why I'm complaining, I don't know, because when I get into France, I'm going to have, I think, at least 3 péages, and they are expensive, but you sort of accept it. It is there. But here, I'm thinking once again, why are we having this? Although it does raise the question, should we... Actually, I'll turn the camera around. It does raise the question, should we pay to use the road discreetly, so that whenever you are using a road, you pay a small amount? So heavy road users are going to pay more. There is a good reason for that, because it will make the person think, driving my car, I am going to have to pay for road usage. But it might be very difficult to work out. Many people will need to use the car because it's their job, and they might not earn a lot anyway. So penalising those people might not be good. Once again, we need systems that are fair, and a fair system for road users. In the UK, we have road tax. So 9 turn the camera, and you can see this car. It really is. When you see it like this, you think that actually does look an old car now. But you can also see that it looks very cool. It's quite interesting. I can't tell if the camera is picking up this E-Type Jag. Unfortunately, I'm not going that fast, and he's just staying behind me. Look, I will keep an eye on him. Hopefully he's going to overtake me, and then we can take a look at him in the yeah, he's behind me. I suppose what I can do also is I've put the Apple Watch back on, and this being a watch channel, and I imagine a lot of people that watch YouTubes on watches, perhaps aren't really that bothered about Apple Watches. The Jag, the E-Type's overtaking. Let me turn the camera. Okay, the E-Jag, the E-Type, there he is, you can see him. Look at that. That is an old car. That I hope you've seen it. I could zoom in perhaps. It's very difficult to. No, I don't know if that has helped. I doubt it. Seeing the E-Type Jag, that was cool. He has overtaken me now, and he's zooming away. It does, it does look like an old car these days. In the day, that would have been the latest high technology, coolest thing. Today, it does look like an old car, and that looks original. It really does. It looks like that was what it was like when it was brand new. Anyway, so we're talking about the Apple Watch and digital watches. Firstly, I have to say I do have the RZE digital watch coming inbound, and I think I've got the one that is cream with the red detailing on the dial, so that's going to be great. I noticed someone said it's very G-Shock-esque, but when I've looked at it a little closer, the images, it's definitely its own thing. But it's a digital watch, it's from RZE. I can't wait to get it in my hand. It's titanium. And I also have the new Pebble, but I coming in, but it's not the plastic one, it's the metal one. And its release date I think is more towards the end of the year, so there's going to be a few more months before I get the new Pebble. But definitely the RZE I should have on the channel in about a month's time from this video, something like that, and that would be very interesting. But I thought I have to explain why I've got on the Apple Watch once again. And earlier in this video, I think I alluded to the fact that I do wear the Apple Watch quite often, and in one respect, sometimes I find it annoying that I've chosen to put on the Apple Watch. But the reason I've got the Apple Watch on is because of its utility. The first tends to always be the fact that the time is always highly accurate and it's always on, and it's very clear, the display is very clear. Because I'm driving and I've got some time sensitive things, having the clear display of the time is really helpful. I've got it in drive mode as well, so it's very easy to glance at and notice the time. But also it has all the biometrics and lots of other functionality built in. And where I'm going, and a couple of things I've got to do, I need this on my wrist. So that's kind of cool. And I've chosen one that I think is looks good. This is the titanium version with the neutral type grey band. So it's kind of I think it looks cool. This isn't the Pro version, but I think I will be able to show you the brand new Pro version later don't mind Apple Watches and smartwatches, although when I say smartwatches, I've only actually ever worn and used the Apple Watch. The other smartwatches really haven't grabbed my attention. That I'm more focused on the Android operating system, and I haven't had the G-Shock smartwatch either. It sort of came into my view, and then I didn't go forward with it. I thought that, you know, perhaps I will, but I never did. I sort of thought, if I'm going to be using a smartwatch, let it be the Apple Watch, because I can use a lot of the functions, or I will stick to the traditional G-Shock watches that I like. Number one being the Square, number two the Frogman. We'll come back to the Frogman because it's so cool. So using a smartwatch or a digital watch, actually no, the Apple Watch is different to a digital watch, I think, because, you know, you will be forgiven for thinking this is an iPhone on your wrist, because it really is. I can talk to people from this watch, and when I've got that on the wrist, I don't actually need the iPhone. That is really quite amazing if you think about it. You know, the way that technology has developed, and potentially where we're going in the future. Because one of the things I have thought about is there might come a point in the not too near future where I almost skip the iPhone completely and go straight to a watch, a thing that I'm wearing on my wrist, and I'm either using this or I'm using a laptop or perhaps an iPad, and the iPad removes the iPhone. But the one thing the iPhone is very good at is it has the cameras built in, and the form factor is big enough for it to be very usable. So I suppose again that's a different conversation. Well, that's another topic. You know, so we have the form factor of the watch, form factor of a phone, then an iPad, then a laptop, and then a large screen on your desk. So I suppose that is a conversation about technology and the user interface of technology, and if you're wearing it or it's in your pocket. But in this conversation, I'm really wanting to chat about the differential between a smartwatch like an Apple Watch, the one that I've got on here, and a G-Shock Square or a G-Shock or one of the analog G-Shocks like the Frogman that I have. And they are different things. And one of the reasons I think they are different things is that my mindset, the thoughts that I have when I put the thing on my wrist, tends to be in context, i.e. I don't need the functionality of my Apple Watch, so I do put on the G-Shock or the mechanical watch because I want that form and factor on my wrist rather than my Apple Watch. And I suppose that's very interesting, because whenever I'm wearing this, it does make me feel that I am in utility mode or work mode, or there is a function that I'm engaging with that I need that on my wrist. So this really is becoming a technical device related to technology or your place of work or your working environment, and it's not necessarily a piece of jewelry or mechanical art or electronic art that is more a G-Shock. It really is more of a utilitarian thing. I find that very interesting, and I've heard a couple of people say before the reason that they run to a digital watch or a smartwatch is because the time is there, and that's definitely the one draw. Because when I've been working or I've been in more of a utility mode and I haven't wanted the Apple Watch, I am then tend to be drawn to my G-Shock Square because reading the time is very easy, or the Frogman if I'm wanting to be a little bit more stylish and that I don't mind, you know, the bigger presence of the frog. So it is very interesting that the watches that we are wearing today really, well, for me definitely, it is more of the context, especially, you know, I've just worn the gold G-Shock TFG earlier, and you know, the car check-in place, and yes, I'm all excited. I always love coming here. I don't know why. I always think it's a lot of fun and so interesting. Okay, I think I will. I will have to concentrate on. I'm going to. I wanted to show you the entrance. This is the entrance. So there is a bit of traffic, as you can see, and it looks like I could have got into the left lane, and that would have been better. Anyway, not to worry. It looks like we're okay. I suppose when you arrive, you're always a little bit apprehensive when there are queues, and you know that checking in can take a little bit of time, and so that is very interesting. There we go. But I think we're okay. I think it's all good. So that was very smooth, and actually what happened is literally I could see the control stations opening up, so very quickly the volume of traffic was dispersed amongst the booths that were opening. So that was very, for a moment I thought, what if this queue is very time challenging, so that was very good. So just went through a security check, which is fine. Those things do need to be done, but I haven't gone to the check-in yet. That I will do right now. And let me just having to. You always have to, really take stock, think about what you're doing in places like this. And even though you've been a number of times, they do change the route slightly. Anyway, heading to the actual check-in bit now. So I thought, why don't I show you the check-in? I'm just looking for the P&O. Okay, right. So I've got some options here. I think I'll go to this one because it looks to be the quickest through. But once I get through this, I should have no problems. I'm on the sailing that I've chosen. So yeah, very good. So we are through check-in, and that was very good actually. And in actual fact, it's taken less than 10 minutes it has taken 15 minutes exactly from when I first arrived to go through security and check-in. But I think I was very lucky because I zoomed straight in. I think I was lucky because you hear about when you arrive, you've got to go through security, check in, and it can take time. If you're less than 1 hour from departure, that could not be enough, but this has been absolutely fine. So I feel like I've got loads of time now, and in fact what I'm hoping for is that the cafe is open. I can go to the loo and grab a coffee. That's the plan. Now I'm in lane 213. Anyway, there you go. So this is the queue that I'm in for the ferry that's over here. But over here we have the equivalent of the toilet, the services, and that's where I'm going right now. Look at that heaven. The times I've needed a place like this when travelling, and I know that these places close late at night and through the early morning. I think the one in France definitely does, but this is open. and I might even treat myself to a burger. What do you think? As I was, I literally popped in there, and as I was literally in the loo, it said everybody must get back to their cars for our sale time. So no coffee and no burger from Burger King. You see, of course, there's going to be food and coffee on the ferry. I know that, but for some reason I thought I might have a bit more time. Anyway, let me show you where we are again. All these cars will be on this ferry in a moment. So, like everybody else, we are waiting. It's interesting. I don't know if you can see the notice board there. It's giving you the details of the crossings, indicating that we are about to start boarding the ferry that's just there. And I realised how dreadful my hair is. I really didn't. Just been in the building with the loo and a mirror. I caught a sight of myself. Doesn't look good. Anyway, I'm almost on the ferry. I'm getting excited because I missed the burger opportunity in the service station. I know that this ferry is going to have something like a bacon sandwich, so I think I'm going to go down that route. A bacon sandwich inbound, I think. So I just walked on the ferry, and I'm trying to avoid people and that sort of thing, but I think this is one of the newer ferries. It's like a huge floating hotel, but it's okay. I'll turn the camera. It's very nice. I might not show any more video because I think this might be busy. There was a lot of cars there, and I'll show you. Unfortunately, I had to take the frog off, and I've got the Apple Watch on, but it matches my coat. So, I mean, look at the state of me. I'm in shorts here, and but yet it is a little chilly, so I've got this coat on. So even though I've got a coat on, there you go, shorts. I'm all ready for warmer temperatures in France. So I couldn't resist. There it is. I'll turn the camera. But there it is. It's their breakfast. Anyway, I'm hungry and I'm going to enjoy this. So I thought, let's pop outside. Now, in the UK, the last few days, it has been warm. And there is the threat of it being warm today, although it's chilly right now, hence the coat. But actually, I'll turn the camera. I've had to come down a level, but I've been able to get to the back of the boat, and you hopefully can see everything now. There you go. Yeah, we've definitely, look at the size of this thing. This is a floating city. And anyway, we are off, and we have definitely set sail earlier, so I don't know how that works. Well, maybe what it is that you have to arrive at a certain, you have to obviously arrive before the boat sets sails anyway, and if everyone that was sailing arrived before the sail time, yes, you could get everyone on and set off early in any case. Anyway, I don't know, but we are moving. And I wanted to come to the back of the boat because you can see the wash here, and you can see the dock where we've come from. I mean, this is really spectacular engineering. Really, I'm always amazed when I've been here. White Cliff, I think that's these are the White Cliffs of Dover here. distance, and he looks like a tugboat. I mean, yeah, he's not coming for us, but there you go. On that side of the boat, the wind cuts across, and where I'm standing right now, for some reason, it's I'm in a place where the wind is literally just missing me, but hopefully you can see the back there, and I'll turn the camera, and we are off. And that was a very straightforward sailing. Yeah, it's very windy, much windier than you realise. It's always amazing, these fabulous technological structures that navigate the sea like this. Very technology is fantastic, how we've developed as a society, and how technology aids our quality of lives. It really is quite something. Anyway, we are now in progress. We are now leaving, because I'm going to have to concentrate. I'll stop recording there, I think. So I think we're all good. The road system into Calais is very good, I remember, and even though I'm familiar with it, you do have to think, and make sure that you're in the right lane, etc. But it's very straightforward, and it is very nice. And I think we've got one more security customs check, and then we are. I'm heading to Paris. I'm basically going dead south, heading for Paris, and it is a lovely drive. So that's it. We are all we're through everything, and I'm on this new large road that's headed us out of the port terminal area, and we are now heading for Paris, and depending on if I need to go to the loo, and that's the only thing that's going to make me change my plan. I'm going to try and not stop before Paris. Paris, I think, is about 3 hours away. It's not halfway, it's only about a third the way. And my sat-nav tells me that I've got 8.5 hours of driving, but I know it's much longer than that. I think that's assuming that you don't stop once and you're doing the speed limit exactly. It's about 2 hours more than that, so that would be about 10 hours. I've got 10.5 hours of driving I'm expecting, and my hope is that I get to Paris in one hit, and then I remember there's a nice service station. It's one of the Total Energies just after Paris. That's the one I go for. And the reason I go to Total Energies is because they are much cheaper than, for example, BP. There's a few BP petrol stations, and for some reason they're much more expensive, and I don't know why. Anyway, I'm heading for Total Energies, hopefully after Paris. Yeah, it's Sunday today, because on a weekday at Paris the traffic is terrible. You really don't want to be anywhere near Paris around the commuting time if you're bothered about traffic, because it's pretty bad. Anyway, it's a Sunday. That's one of the reasons that I drive this journey on a Sunday, because it's the traffic is better in theory, and I've done this journey a couple of times, and I've gone through. Actually, what's interesting, the sat-nav takes me a different route almost every time through Paris. It must work out the path of least resistance, and It's using algorithms to work out what is the quickest way on that day based on information about traffic that it has. And so I do find it quite interesting myself. But there's one route that takes me through Paris, and when I'm there I like it, and I have no idea. It's literally luck of the draw with sat-nav. I'm literally flying by wire. I haven't got a clue really the roads that I'm on. And I was thinking the other day, actually, what if my phone didn't work? Well, I do have a way around that anyway, but my point is we are so beholden to technology today. It is unbelievable. There's some guys playing football there. Let me turn the camera. I wanted to show you these French roads, and because I like them, they're very nice. For some reason I do notice the difference between, well, the roads that I use in the UK and in France. The roads the roads are better in France, I have to say, if I'm really honest. They are better. It's not very good, is it, really? Anyway, I thought I'd show you the warts and all. Annoyingly, the sat-nav has actually taken me, I don't know what it's done, and it's difficult to recall who's in error, but the sat-nav is rerouting me, and yeah, maybe because I for a moment was chatting, I don't know, but this reroute is probably only going to add 1 minute onto the journey. So sometimes you can take a wrong turning, and it adds half an hour onto your journey, especially if you're in Europe. Anyway, I'm back en route, and I think I've only added an extra mile and a half onto the journey, but that was a wrong turning, and I'd love to know why exactly. And so I'm looking at the sat nav, the road indicators, very closely, just to make sure if I can work out what's going on. Anyway, we're all good right now. Yeah, I'm going to put that down to my error, although I don't remember how on earth I took the wrong turn. Anyway, it has literally, it's only added an extra mile and an extra minute or so, so we are all good. Because that little mishap happened, I shouldn't make a single wrong turn again this entire journey, because I've noticed that it's very rare that you absolutely never ever take a wrong turn. It's rare, and if you do, you hope that it's a little one like the one I've just taken. Anyway, we're all good. And this is what I mean about France. Look at this road, that it's like this all the way to Paris now, apart from the volume. But this particular route, because I've actually selected the fastest route, and unfortunately it does pop you onto all the péages, all the toll roads, but never mind. But it is the fastest route. And before I jumped off the ferry, I grabbed the life support device, aka coffee, and I have been, so far today, I've only had the first coffee that I showed you earlier. This is the second, and a couple of you might have noticed that I seem to be drinking less coffee these days, and that is correct. I was aware that perhaps I'd become addicted to coffee, and I was abusing caffeine. So I thought to myself, no way, Jose, am I going to allow that to continue. I'm going to wean myself because I'm driving for hours, and it's very pleasurable. Actually, this is a very nice coffee. It's a large latte. We are all good. Anyway, you're not going to believe it. It's just started to rain. Well, over there it's sunny. Over here, well, my direction of travel, a few droplets hitting the screen, but I'm pretty sure that actually I don't mind at all. But when it gets interesting, I'll turn the camera. Now it has started to rain. There you go. And let me. I don't imagine it's going to rain a lot, because when I looked at the weather forecast, I don't remember it saying that it was going to pour down. But even if it was like this, I absolutely don't really mind, because I'm in a nice warm car, and I quite like the pitter patter on the windscreen. Anyway, let's talk about watches. The watch that I do prefer to wear, and it is the Frog. And the reason why I'm going to put the Frog on is because I want to talk about the new green Frog that has been, it's on, for example, the UK G-Shock website. There we go. And so it's in the, if you click on coming soon, but it's not available to buy right now. So this is May. And the part number is MRG-BF1000RG. And I think it's the Goliath Frog, or the Mega Frog. I think it's Goliath Frog, but the part number is the BF1000RG. Now, it's this bad boy, but the case is it's natural silver titanium with a green band. Now this is the BF1000D on when it brand new. It comes on a rubber band, and I've put it on the metal titanium bracelet because I thought it looked cool. So the new green Frog is like this, but silver on the green band, and the cut. So this has blue detailing on the dial. The Frog is a more normal black dial with silver indices. I don't remember the colour of the detail around the dial. It might be like a silver grey colour, so it's more of a normal colour on a green leather band. And I'll put a photo of that watch in now. So hopefully I'm going to have to go back and watch this to make sure that I've popped in the picture of the Frog. But that knowing that this Frog, this MRG, is being released in that colourway that is so fantastic, that's one of the things again that made me think this is why I like wristwatches. It's why I suppose I'm a bit of a collector, and you know, these things are so cool. So I've just turned the camera around there. So this is why I like these. Well, I should explain why I like the Frogman. Initially, when I looked at G-Shock, the full metal square didn't exist. It was only the resin type of squares, and I liked them, and I thought they were cool, and I very much liked the model that has the solid metal case, and then it's shrouded by the resin bezel, and it's the DW-5000. That is a very premium, well-built wristwatch. Actually, it's very comfortable, and it's a very iconic suppose one good thing is I can show you the watch at the time. So when I first got into G-Shock, I actually didn't look at them again for about 10 years. I bought one in the 2000s. I don't remember the part number, but it was actually, it might have been no, it was in the 2000s. No, it wasn't. It was in the 1990s. That was the first G-Shock that I had, and it wasn't the square. I actually got another one, and I don't remember its model number, and I don't actually remember if it was. I don't remember, but I didn't have it long, and I either swapped it for another watch or I gave it to someone, something like that. Anyway, I didn't look at wristwatches again. I didn't look at the G-Shock again for another 10 years, another decade or a decade and a half. So in the 2010s, so we're going back between 10 and 15 years, I then came across the square once again and realised it was such a classic watch, and the one I got was the DW, or is it the GW-5000? So that's the premium square with the solid metal case with the resin shroud. So it wasn't the 5600, it was the 5000 range. And it's a really, they still make the watch today. It's very, very nice. So that's the place I was at. So we're going back 10 years ago, between 10 and 15 years ago. And I thought this was a cool watch. At that point in time, I looked at the Frogman and I thought, why would you have an asymmetric watch? That's definitely not symmetric, that's not centered on the strap. It seems so strange. So I dismissed it. Then I think a couple of years passed, and then I remembered looking at the Frogman again, and then noticing that it was part of G-Shock's more premium range of wristwatches. And once again, I looked at the asymmetrical design, and I thought, it's not really what I like. I kind of like everything about the watch, but I wish it was central on the strap. And so I dismissed it again. Another couple of years went by. So this brings us, to about 5-6 years ago, when I did get a Frogman, and it was the one that is. I forget its part number, but it's the one that had multiband 6 and solar. I think it was the first one that had multiband 6 and solar. Received that watch, I got over the asymmetric thing immediately, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. I really liked it, and I don't know why I got rid of it. I had a feeling that I actually sold it to someone that really wanted it. But I remember thinking, what a cool watch, I really do like it. And then a year went by, and then that watch was released in a blue colour, limited edition. It was absolutely fantastic, and I got that one. Now, I do remember somebody at the time really wanting that watch. They were not able to get it, so I think I did sell it to them. And so once again, I'd got the Frog, and very quickly I'd ungot it, because even though I really liked it, for some reason at that point in time, this person's desire to have it was greater than mine. And then another year went by, so we're pretty recent now. I looked at the later version that was multiband 6 and solar, but it was the one before the analog Frogmans, and the part number escapes me. But I remembered thinking that the quality of the construction, the fact it had a solid metal case, and I love the fact that they all had solid metal cases, and the special ones had a solid titanium case, and I thought it was really cool. And I really liked the passion that other G-Shock collectors had for these Frogmen, because they're an odd watch. They're quite large. I suppose they look very plasticky stroke resin, but underneath all that plastic and resin is this solid metal case, either titanium or steel. And I think on that one it was a sapphire crystal, and definitely on the latest one, which has it's, I forget the first bit, but A1000. That's it has a carbon. They're all carbon. But they do have a sapphire crystal, so it's the one I'm making reference to is the carbon case version of this. So it was the first analog Frogman. So this really was born from the first analog Frogman, but this is the MRG version. So that's why I like this, because it is quite special, and it's the first analog Frogman, the MRG version. And so that's why I like it, because it's the first one, and whenever Casio G-Shock have made the first of anything, it tends to be a really good watch. So I suppose what I'm explaining is an example of a watch geek who likes watches, and for some reason finds himself liking G-Shock. I mean, because many times people will say, Steve, why aren't you wearing a Rolex? Why aren't you wearing something fancy like a Patek? Why are you wearing a metal G-Shock? And I must admit, I think I do a double take myself. But I thought I would actually do a video on that, because in my mind I thought, I'm going to explain, what pulled me into G-Shock so heavily. And it really was because I had such a fun experience. Anyway, I will come back to that. What I'm trying to do here is talk about the Green Frog, because once again, I just looked at the Citizen the Eco Drive, and I thought, wow, I love the way it looks. I love the fact it's a diver. It's big and chunky, and it's got that Japanese diver look and feel about it. I love it. Now, and then I put my eyes on that unreleased, very new green MRG Frogman, and I thought, this is the reason why you collect watches, because they cause you to have this surge of enjoyment and pleasure, about this object being created. I love it. It's crazy. It's completely benign. It's meaningless, but it is giving me an amount of pleasure and satisfaction, I suppose. I can't really think how else you would describe it. Anyway, so that silver thing with a green rubber strap is going to be coming out, and hopefully initially I'm going to see it at the G-Shock store in Carnaby Street. I'm at a péage. Let me turn the camera. This is the first one. So here we go. I might as well show you the péages, because I think the last time I went to I videoed the entrance and exit of all these péages, and I thought it was interesting. Anyway, péage number 1. So there we go, péage number 1. And you would think these days they would have, because you either have to have extra long arms or have a passenger, but you cannot reach the ticket, so I have to stop the car and get out and then get the ticket. What a nuisance. You would think by now we'd have that sign like in the UK, remember to go online and pay your charge, because having to stop the car, I mean, I don't really mind it, but anyway, there you go, péage number 1. So just to finish the conversation about the green frog, when I saw that green frog, it really just got my juices flowing. I thought, this is what is cool about this hobby, this interest. And I suppose that is exactly what this watch collecting business is really all about. It's about simply having an interest in a thing, and then doing that thing is really obtaining the thing. Because once you've got the watch, you can't do much with it apart from put it on your wrist, or one of your wrists, and then show off to your friends, and then rail business meetings. Apart from that, there's not a lot that a wristwatch does. It's not like a hobby like fishing, where you get a fishing rod and you get line and bait, and then there's a lot that you have to do to go fishing, to perform the function of fishing. There's quite a bit to do. To perform the hobby of wristwatch collecting, you take delivery and that's it. And it's flipping expensive. It's so expensive. Anyway, but you know, it is the same thing really. If you like fishing, you take an interest in a hobby, in a thing. I suppose the objects are, you know, a fishing rod and the equipment associated to that. With watches, it's just a watch on your wrist, but I suppose it's similar in that it's an interest. It's something that you take note of. You look at the social media of it, and you stay part of it. It tends to create a community of people. Wristwatches definitely does. A social life, my social life is a nightmare because of wristwatches. In fact, wristwatches can make your social life so busy you sort of regret it, because you don't have time in the day to fulfill all these coffee promises with people. Anyway, the green frog, how cool. I will have probably popped in a load of images of it, whilst I've been talking here, and I really wanted to show you something very, very cool. What I think I'm going to do is this. I seem to remember the last time I've done this. When I get past Paris and I'm heading towards the massive central, that's when I start to get a little bit tired, and my ability to chat about watches can diminish. So I think what I'm going to do is strike whilst the iron is hot, and the moment I can think of something to chat about, I'm going to roll the camera, chat about it, and cover this list of things that I think I'm going to talk about. But when I get to somewhere interesting, like a péage, or Paris, or some busy roads, or something else, like an alien spacecraft in front of me, something like that, I will put the camera on, because I wanted to document how fatigue, can hit you. Because a bit later on, I will try and speak and watch how it affects you. Because I slow down and I'm uninterested, I can't think of anything to say, but I will try and be as honest as possible, because why not? So I shall do that. And because I was just thinking to myself, I've noticed that there's a petrol station. I mean, I don't need the petrol station right now. I don't need the loo, I don't need a coffee, I don't need petrol. But I want to go to this station because I know it's a nice one. But knowing me, I can't stop just for the sake of it. I will press on. And as I came off the ferry, I said to myself, I'm going to aim for south of Paris. I mean, that's a long, do I really need to, put so much pressure on myself? That's a long way. That is 1/3 in. But for some reason, will I do it? I don't know. Let's cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, I'm happy. I've got biltong and I've got drinks and, well, water. It's actually water and lime, and but my coffee's gone, and I have some emergency grapes. And I actually do have some food that I made earlier that I will approach a bit later. And I have some more G-Shocks here, and I have some more topics to discuss. Actually, whilst the camera is rolling, and I've just thought of it, I mentioned watches and wonders because I've just been there, and I thought I want to talk about it as honestly and as openly as possible. And obviously there's going to be a watch focus, but what I may do is chat about the environment and everything else to the best of my knowledge. So why don't we give it a go? Okay, let's do it. Okay, so Watches and Wonders is held every year in Geneva, and is possibly the Oscars of the watch industry in terms of luxury brands presenting their watches to the general public. It's at Palexpo, that is an event venue in Geneva. It's very nice. One thing that's really good about it is it's very close to the airport, and I imagine that any venue around the world that's close to an airport, there's one in Barcelona that I remember is very good, but it really is very good, especially if that venue has an international appeal. You really do want your venue to be next to an airport. It really makes life easy. Anyway, going there, you do need more than a day. Really, you do. It doesn't matter who you are. One day is definitely not enough, unless you are literally only going to see one client, one brand, or maybe two or three, but you really have no intention, to browse around. You're literally going for a couple of meetings. One day is absolutely fine, and you fly in and you fly out. But if you are a watch enthusiast, one day is definitely not going to be enough. It's certainly good enough if that's all you can, if that's all time that will allow. And what's great about Palexpo Watches and Wonders is that you can fly in on a morning flight, you can spend the whole day there, and then get an evening flight out. And I think I've done that before. And that's something that you could do, and is going to be great. Because if you arrive early in the morning and you know that you've got the whole day to go around and look, you will have enough time. But if you're interviewing people or videoing things, like what I do, one day is going to be a disaster, because you just won't have time to see or interview a quarter of the booths there. You won't scratch the surface. It's just not enough time. So that means that if you are going to Watches and Wonders to take videos and interview people, you need accommodation. Now that is a real horror story. It's a real problem. It was the same when Watches and Wonders, the precursor to Watches and Wonders, which was Baselworld. That was the massive problem for Baselworld. You had to be in accommodation that was miles away from the venue, and it was expensive, and so it really made the whole thing a little bit different. Watches and Wonders, unfortunately, really suffers from that as well. If you're lucky to be invited as a guest, or you are there for the weekend, it's very expensive if you are staying overnight. That's why the airport being close to the venue is such a cool thing. If you're staying overnight or you're there for 3 days, so you've got 2 nights you need, or 3 nights, the expense becomes, it changes it, and it makes it more of a, this can only be a work thing and budgeted for, and sort of takes away, the ability for a normal person to go to Watches and Wonders. So, I'm wondering if in the future they can do something about that. And perhaps they can't, because market forces, all the hotels will know that Watches and Wonders is highly popular. Many thousands of extra people will come into Geneva, and they all need a bed to sleep that night. That's why I've located a hotel that I'm not going to tell anyone about, and it's in the centre. I don't want anyone to know about it. Or maybe I've just been very lucky. Anyway, and so Watches and Wonders, getting there is great. Accommodation is not great, unless Watches and Wonders actually invite you. Because if they invite you, they actually put you in a hotel, which is rather cool, which is very, very cool. It's probably obviously very expensive to the brands because they ultimately pay for it, but it's very cool if Watches and Wonders have invited you. And I suppose that links me onto Watches and Wonders and the press and YouTube people. What was interesting is when I was at Watches and Wonders, there was a place that had YouTube influencers on a roll whizzing over, and the couple of people that I saw being shown, they weren't at Watches and Wonders. I think they went at the weekend on their own dime, so they went so they bought a ticket and went at the weekend, but they were not there during the week. And actually I located their YouTube channels to see if they were going to talk about Watches and Wonders, and in actual fact that they spoke about it, but they didn't really talk about it other than they'd been there. But their YouTube channels were being played in the background at the venue, and I thought to myself, wouldn't it have been better if Watches and Wonders had invited those YouTube channels to be there, because they're obviously very good and they're obviously good enough to be shown, and so why aren't those people there? Because for a content creator, for a watch YouTube personality, having an invite to Watches and Wonders is a massive win for the content creator, but I think it's also a massive win for Watches and Wonders, because you're getting this organic, real life YouTube content, and really it's only costing you the cost of the airfare or the hotel. That's it, and then you can spread it amongst all the brands, so that must be a win-win. So I don't know why Watches and Wonders don't have more popular YouTube channels there, because it would make sense to me. And perhaps I don't know enough information, and perhaps those people are there, I just don't know about it, because I'm only making reference to the site, the stuff that I have sight of, which I'm not that well read. I know that. I thought I was, but there are so many other watch channels that are very good that I've never even heard of, never mind seen them, so I know that I'm a little bit deficient here. So anyway, so I was thinking that, and I thought to myself, there should be more press at Watches and Wonders during the week when or maybe Watches and Wonders have already thought this through very carefully, and they want it to be very exclusive during the week, and they only want guests to really be there, and for industry people to be there, because they want that environment and theme. Everyone's very smart, very professional. Maybe that is what they actually want, so perhaps they don't want too many media people there. So I get that, and that might be well thought through, and they already might have gone through the thinking process and arrived at the conclusion that they only want a very small select number of YouTubers and media personalities at the event during the week. So there you go. That's my thought about that. When I was there this time though, I really thought there might be an opportunity. I might bump into a couple of very prominent A-listers, because I had heard they were going, and I didn't bump into any of them, not one. I didn't see any of them. I did see Teddy Baldassar actually, and for me he's definitely the higher end of the media place, really. I know he's on the vendor side, but for me he's very he's right at the very top with respect to YouTube and media PR for the watch industry. I did see him, and the only reason I didn't say hello to him was he was literally engaged with another person, and then one of the brand CEOs grabbed him and they walked off. Otherwise I would have said hello to him, and that would have been great. Anyway, at Watches and Wonders, so that's the media, the hotel, getting there. So the other thing I wanted to mention was maybe the business mechanics of it, because it is an event that really is there to service invited people, big collectors. I suppose the media industry there, the very polished high-end media industry, because you are marketing wristwatches and your brand names. But each brand name is using Watches and Wonders as a marketing stroke PR vehicle, and so they want to get it absolutely right in terms of how it interfaces with social media, how it interfaces with publications, and how it interfaces with the general public and collectors. And so someone like me is absolutely wonderful. It markets everything it needs to me. I get to see, I have got to see everything that I've wanted to see. I think it's brilliant. I have a wonderful time and experience. But I'm wondering if other people share that, because I have heard other YouTubers talk about Watches and Wonders, and they have a much less glossy opinion. In fact, they have a much worse opinion about it. Again, it's subjective, and that's their experience. So it's not necessarily a real measurement. Like mine isn't a real measurement, because it's just a one-off experience. You would have to collect all the opinions of all the YouTube people that are there, and you'd have to get the average opinion of all those opinions. I've certainly heard some YouTubers talk not so well about Watches and Wonders. Some I've said very nice things. I suppose I'm one of those people that says nothing but nice things, but that's because genuinely I'm having a lovely time, and the brands, they're all very nice. I keep thinking again of Ferry. They're such a lovely brand. This is genuine stuff. Those people are genuinely very lovely and very nice to you. And on this occasion, I rocked up, and I was hoping to meet Christian, or is it Christophe? I think it's Christian Ferry, and he wasn't there. And I think it was because he wasn't well, or he was, but he wasn't there. And then one of the designers of Ferry stepped in, called Martin. I don't think he's ever been on video before, and he was such a lovely guy, and I could see that he wasn't really wanting to be on camera, but I thought, you're going to be really good, and so I got the video, and I thought he was great, and I thought it really showed Ferry in such a positive, lovely light. I really liked it. The other brand that I think always looks so good on video camera was Moser. There's a lady there called Claire, and I think she is on the marketing PR side. She might even be the senior person, and basically I grab her and force her to go on camera. And once again, I don't think she really wants to be on camera, but I force her, and I think the video is really good. I mean, she's very good, I'm not so good, but other people have told me that that they like the video, and so that encourages me to do it again. But Moser give you that feeling that they are very genuine about who they are and the products that they make, and that was definitely also shared with Hoytlands, and I really like Hoytlands. Their watches are crazy, and they're over-engineered, like every single watches at Watches and Wonders. We are talking high-end mechanical artwork. There's no doubt every watch is mechanical. If you are at Watches and Wonders and you are a watch brand, you are straight high-end. The whole place is high-end. Every single watch is very high-end, and it's all mechanical artwork. Anyway, so I suppose I'm illustrating why I like Watches and Wonders so much. And then you've got Rolex and Patek, but Rolex makes me laugh because the booth is enormous. I mean, if that was in the high street, it would be a joke, because you would think, why on earth is it so big? It's just such a huge presentation. And there it is in Watches and Wonders, and it's very unarrogant, it's very uncontrived. I know that's ironic for me to say that, but Rolex at Watches and Wonders feels very gentle and uncontrived. And the uncontrived bit is the bit that I really like about Watches and Wonders. It's the bit that makes me feel, very comfortable, because you're with these high-end brands. Some of them you might think are very snooty, and they are really not snooty. In the past, I've been over to Patek, and they've let me in, and I know they don't have to. And I've got images and little shorts of video of their pieces, and they are so nice as well. I've actually met Patek a few times, and every time they are uncontrived and very gentle, and not snobby or anything like that. They're just normal. And I think when you come across a high-end brand, a very high-end brand, a brand whose watches are costing tens of thousands, just to start off with, when you meet them and they are gentle, they're completely, unsnobby, that's not a good word, is it? But they're uncontrived, very normal, down to earth, and very pleasant. It really is a positive aspect of marketing and public relations, PR, and I suppose sales, although Watches and Wonders isn't really a sales event. It really is more marketing and PR. So Watches and Wonders, it really is a good event. There is a lot of value there, I think, for the brand, that it enables them to once a year concentrate on their new products, to show their new products to all their business partners and their key supply chain people, and their top collectors and investors. That is very, very good. And I was thinking I would end this little section of the video talking about Watches and Wonders on something negative, and I can't think of anything negative. There is something negative. The only negative, I've already mentioned it. The hotels are very expensive during Watches and Wonders because of supply and demand. They're horribly expensive. So that's the only negative thing I can actually think about. The brands are so nice and chilled. In my experience, that's what I have found. You get to see what you want. It's all under one roof, although there are spin-offs. There is the Time and Tide, or the Time to Watches venue adjacent to Expo, and then you have all the Pirates in the Beau Rivage in Geneva. There's some really, there are some other, lovely top Swiss brands down there as well. And then you've got Jacob & Co, and I like Jacob & Co because they are crazy, they're unhinged. They're a little bit like Richard Mille, they're so unhinged because they're making pieces of mechanical artwork that's so expensive, that's so out there, that's so different. All it really does is appeal to passion. That's it. Passion and private jets. The people that use private jets like a taxi service. It tends to be Richard Mille and Jacob & Co. That tends to be their clientele, and I like those people. They're very nice to me. I like them. Anyway, there you go. Watches and Wonders. I think they're very, very cool, and I'm really enjoying it. To finish off this little bit, I've just remembered what I was going to say. So every year you have Watches and Wonders, Geneva Watch Days, and Dubai Watch Week, although Dubai Watch Week is every 2 years, and we have Dubai Watch Week this year. So for me this year, my three focuses really are Watches and Wonders, Geneva Watch Days, and Dubai Watch Week. Now, some people might say, hey, what about being British? What about the UK watch scene? And there is the British watchmakers thing, and I actually did contact them, and someone said, buy a ticket. And I thought, okay. And that was it. And I thought, are you sure? Are you sure that's it? And so maybe I got the wrong person. I think I got the wrong person. And anyway, so I didn't go. And I did want to go to the British, what was it called? The British Watchmakers Day in London. And it was recently, but I didn't go. And apart from that, there was another event in New York, and if I'd have been anywhere near New York, I would have definitely gone. And but it was a smaller thing, and off the top of my head, I can't remember the name it was called, but it was a watch event. Anyway, the main event, really, if you are a watch enthusiast. Actually, I suppose that then some people might say, Stephen, I don't think the G-Shock fans are really that bothered about Watches and Wonders, Geneva Watch Days and Dubai Watch Week. I don't think, because G-Shocks don't really feature in any of those shows. That's not true though. G-Shock what did used to attend Basel World, and that was when I first got into watches, and every time I went to Basel World, I think it was only twice, the fact I knew that G-Shock was there, I just couldn't wait to go and see them. I thought it was so cool. And one of my gas stations is here. I'm very tempted to go to that gas station. Oh, should I go there? No, I won't. I'll end the video here. Yes, so we're back to, and also I love wearing my G-Shock to these events. I love it. And I've got a feeling that I'm going to be all G-Shock to the max when I go to Dubai Watch Week. Look, I haven't decided yet, and I actually haven't decided on Geneva Watch Days, but I imagine the closer we get, I'm going to be, really wanting to go there. Because when I'm there, you do meet everyone, and it really is very nice. I've missed my gas station, but it's the gas station that I was thinking about. I don't really need it, although that is the one I was going to go for if I stopped before Paris. But now I've missed that, I really am going to try and get to the south of Paris. Anyway, I digress, I do apologise. So, Watches and Wonders was excellent. I can't wait for Geneva Watch Days and Dubai Watch Week. For some reason, I think Dubai Watch Week might be very good because, apart from the journey, that the aircraft is a long one, it's a long flight, and I remember the seat was very small on the aeroplane, and it was just, I remember the journey to Dubai Watch Week was one that I didn't like too much because it's a little bit further. That's just me crying about something. I shouldn't be worried about that. The hotel was brilliant. The people in Dubai were fabulous. The security guards in Dubai were brilliant. The security guards looked after my bags and things. They're so cool. And believe me, you don't need security guards at Dubai Watch Week. That place is very safe. That's the other thing I remembered about being in Dubai. There's no crime, no nothing. Yeah, that's another subject. Okay, I'm going to end it there. Bottom line, Watches and Wonders, fantastic. I really intended to put to switch the video off for a while. I was going to listen to the news reports around the world, and I noticed that I was going a little faster than I realised. And I thought, that's strange. In the UK, I never really cruise along at this speed, but yet I'm cruising along at this speed in France, and I thought, that's strange. Then I noticed the road noise. There's much less road noise, and it's because the French roads are better than the roads in the UK. Now, I'd already alluded to that, and I had said that a few moments ago, testament to the French road system. It's quite annoying that the UK hasn't got this working, or maybe someone can explain to me that it's my fault and it's because I don't know what I'm doing, but the French roads are very good. Okay, now I'm about, I'm at least 2 hours away from Paris. Right now I'm in I've got the opinion that I'm going to try and clear Paris. So from Calais, one hit, I'm straight to Paris, and I'm through Paris, and then I'm south of Paris, and then I stop for a toilet break, and a coffee break, and a fuel break, the whole lot. I'll do all three in one hit at a Total Energies south of Paris. That is the plan, and I might squeeze in a watch talk, but right now, when I pause the video here, I'm going to listen to my World Business Report because I need to. Okay, so let's do a journey recap. I'm currently at an altitude of 3 feet, a cruising speed of below the speed limit, and fuel is approximately 60% left, 40% used. So we're all good, and I'm north of Paris, and I'm guessing I'm north of Paris about 1 hour out. So we'll look good for toilet, coffee and petrol. I think I will be able to get south of Paris before we stop for the planned trio finale. And okay, it is now just after 12:30 local time in France, so that would be 11:30 UK. Remember that I actually got out of bed this morning at 3 a.m. So, you know, it feels nothing right now. It's not going to feel like that later. About 10 hours in, so approximately 3 p.m. This afternoon. Actually, that's only 2 hours away. So in fact, yeah, it's only 2.5 hours away. I will start to feel a little tired because I will have been up and driving for 10 hours. But let's see how I feel at that point in time, because it does change. But around 10 hours, you start to feel it a little. But 14, 15 hours, because 18 is about the total. Door to door is actually about 9 hours, I think, from memory. And whatever route I have taken, however the traffic's been, however I've done it, the door to door has always been on this journey. It's always been about 19 hours, regardless of the time of day, things that have happened, delays that have happened. So that is very interesting, because I suppose it's so variable, you know, what can happen on this journey. That explains why roughly the door-to-door is always going to be the same. Anyway, that is the travel report at this point in time. And I've only gone through one péage so far, and the French roads are fabulous, and the tyre noise is much less than in the UK, because my comfortable speed, the average comfortable speed, is higher than what it is in the UK. So that is rather interesting. It really is interesting. And the noise in the cabin here, I don't know if you can tell on the video, but it's much quieter. That is so interesting. Or it's my ears that don't know what they're doing. Anyway, an hour north of Paris, and what I will probably do is listen to another news report, and then when we get to something interesting, I shall switch you back on. I started the news report, and I thought, nope, let's go TFC, the this bad boy was one of the pieces that I got in 2018 when the full metal squares were released, and I got this one and the silver one at the same time, and it erupted my G-Shock fascination in a major way. And just to show you the frog on this side, what a cool watch this is. And a few minutes ago I'd spoken about the green frog. This is the longer I've had this watch, the more I've liked it. Isn't that strange? Normally when you buy a watch, you go through the honeymoon period, you like it initially, and then you like it, it's okay, and then you less like it and want to sell it. The frogs, this one in particular, when I got it, I least liked it, and then I liked it a little bit more, then I put this bracelet on it, and I like it the most I've ever liked it. So isn't that ironic? And that's telling me something. But I think it links back to this Porter, this TFC. Now, there is a story behind this watch, and I haven't yet explained this story on video because I don't know if it's a good idea. It's a great story. It is a really good story, and I think I'm saving it. I think I'm saving the story. Ooh, oh gosh, there is a gas station here, and it does make sense for me to stop at this gas station. Do you know what? I need to make a decision very quickly if I am going to stop here. I'm going to stop here. Hold on. Now, this is going to break my plans for the south of Paris, but it's sort of this helps with my fuel plans. I have a bit of a fuel plan that perhaps I will explain. Let me just make sure I'm going the right way. But let me fuel up here. Now, this is not a Total Energies that I wanted, and I was going to go to a Total Energies, and I think this is SO. Yes, it's SO. I really wasn't going to go here. Never mind. But I'm also actually. Why don't I? Yeah, it's because I want I want to fill up at this point in time, because it's going to enable me to look at something down the road. And if I go south of Paris, I'm going to do another 100 miles, and I want to put the petrol in the car right now. Oh, and we are busy. Why are we busy? Probably because the fuel is actually, I'm going to if I'm not careful, I'm going to run out of fuel. No, I can go there, I think. Flipping hope so. Let's see. Yeah, okay. We've got okay, yeah, I can go here. What a nuisance. What a nuisance. Let me okay. Hold on. Okay, so that was very fateful. I've done all three things: the loo, coffee, and petrol, all at the same time at the one gas station that I've never been to, and it was actually one of the cheaper ones also. And so I'm going to remember this gas station because it ties in very nicely with what I'm doing. So that's very cool. I do like it, and so I've always prided myself on being able to react to environments and business situations very quickly. But literally, I did that whilst chatting to you guys, and that was exactly not what I was planning on doing. It felt like anyway, let me turn the camera around. So I was just saying that I pride myself. Well, I try to always be flexible in business, in particular. to always allow reaction to things. And that what's great about that gas station is, number one, it had a Paul, and here I have the Paul coffee that happens to be one of my favourites. I was planning on having this, my third cup today, south of Paris, but I've actually got it north of Paris, and it has a McDonald's, and if I'm with people, I on purpose take them to McDonald's to watch them squirm, because they think, what are you doing, Stephen? How can you go to McDonald's? And I explain to them I can go very easily, and it's really an intelligence test. If you can go to McDonald's, have a burger or the fries, and you like it, you pass the intelligence test. I use McDonald's as a treat. My experience at McDonald's is always highly pleasurable, and the number of times people have frowned when I've said to them, let's go to McDonald's, they literally look horrified, like I've tried to kill their grandma or something. I find it hilarious. It makes me want to do it even more. Anyway, I have my Paul coffee, and these coffees are very good. I actually have food in the car and things. I don't really need a McDonald's. If someone was with me, I would have gone to McDonald's to pressure them. So I was talking about the thin red line, because this watch is responsible. The release of this watch with the silver one is responsible for my passion in square G-Shocks, in metal G-Shocks today. This watch did it. Single-handedly, it did it. And there is a story. Now, I can't allude to the story because I'm trying to omit some details that I might not be able to put on video right now. I'm going to think about it. It is a really cool story. There's a lot of drama and things. Hold on a moment. How they made it better, I've no idea. I need to put the coffee down so I can talk about the thin red line. Let me do that. Hold on. I should really pause. You don't really want to be watching me drink coffee, but I do want to. I suppose I could pause, but anyway. Before I was rudely interrupted by that petrol station, but I have filled up. I've taken down some information. So I've done. So I'm now going to have to rethink my coffee, toilet, and actually I don't need any more petrol. I can actually. So the petrol bit's gone. I don't need to stop for petrol anymore. But I will need to stop on one more occasion for a coffee, and I imagine if that coincides with a toilet break, there's a good chance I might need one or two more stops. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We are quids in here. We are winning. Well, let's pull out this thin red line, because this is still, I think, one of the most collectible G-Shocks that you can take a look at. And those of you that Google in the GMW B5000 TFC Porter, this watch, you will not believe how much they are online. They are horribly expensive. It's stainless steel, but it's DLC coated, and I have a feeling there must be another GMW that's DLC coated. There must be. I'm sure that one of the titaniums is DLC coated, but this was the first one. So G-Shock went from resin covers on basically everything to the full metal square metal this thing with its new module, Bluetooth enabled, multiband 6 solar. It's got a solid steel case, but it also where the other one has a solid steel case and resin outer bezel. This has a solid stainless steel case and a metal outer bezel with a with a red plastic shock absorber in the middle. It's so cool, it's unbelievable. Now, I'm holding it in front of the camera. Why don't I put it on my wrist? Let me do that. And when I got this, I couldn't believe it. I remembered it was in a huge box because it came with a porter bag. The thing was enormous, and what G-Shock had done is they put the silver one in also. So the silver one has a box like this. This was in a box like a suitcase, and I remember it was there in the hallway, and when I opened it, I couldn't believe how excited I was. And still today, when I wear this, you know, I still feel that excitement. Now, before we go any further, let's G-Shock haven't yet released, but they are going to release this year. Basically, this a thin red line, but in the silver case. So the original had a more muted colorway bezel, but they're going to do the thin red line treatment and put it on and release a silver version of this. How cool is that going to be? But what I do expect them to do is to do something funky with the solar part or the brick design, or maybe they're going to put a shimmering thin red line into the silver model, because this is a more muted thin red line. In the MRGs, the thin red line shimmers. Again, Casio never tell you this, you have to find it. So we're going to have a silver version of this. Now, I have the original silver version and it doesn't have the thin red line, but the one that's coming out, and the part number is GMW-B5000D-2, denoting, am I right? Denoting it's silver, and it's the second version with the thin red line. It should be TLL, thin red line, not D. It should be B5000T D, doesn't matter, you know what I mean. But so this, I can't tell you how cool it is. I'm wearing it now thinking, that is so cool. Now, of course, the black MRG version of this is very cool, but I think I've shown on video they are very different watches. The MRG has gold accents on the dial and the screws and the push buttons, but this has just done a stealth DLC on everything, and it's whitened the G-Shock. So that isn't paint; it's actually coloured in, laser etched, and so the word protection and the word G-Shock is actually, I think they laser etch it and then they paint it, they fill it in with a white filler. And so this is, in fact, I'm wearing it now. So I've got the TFC on one side, I've got the Frog MRG on this side. And so as I'm driving it, I'm thinking, oh, that is cool. See, again, I like this watch even more today than I did when I first got it. Isn't that shocking? Well, it's not shocking, it's brilliant, because as a watch collector, if the watches you buy, you tend to like them more. Isn't that weird? Now, there was one other YouTuber that said something similar to that, and he's the Hodinkee musician guy. What's his name? He doesn't work for Hodinkee or anything. John Mayer. John Mayer said that he buys a watch and then he might have the watch for a while and not really opened it, and then he gifts it to himself. And that is exactly what I've done, especially with this one and this one. At the time I got them, I thought, I like it, I want to have it, but you know, if I sell it on, that's not going to be a problem. But when I actually saw this, opened it, I thought, hell yeah, I'm going to have this. It's such a fabulous watch, it's so cool. Anyway, hang on. I need to drink this coffee because because it wasn't the hottest. And let me pause, and I'll drink the coffee, then I'll come back. Okay, so let's finish off this thin red line bit. So the colourway of this watch was it's the exact same colourway of the very first square G-Shock in 1983. Is it 1983? I'm sure it is, because if it was 35, yes. So we are going back decades. That was the colour scheme that was released in the 80s. Today, they've basically, it's identical, the way it looks is identical to its original watch back in the 80s. They've turned it into metal. Obviously the electronics are upgraded and the LCD display is much better. That's the bit I really like, and in particular I like the fact that it is Bluetooth enabled, plus multiband 6 and solar. Those bits of technology are very cool, and for me it's something that really appeals to me. And I know that Casio have put so much R&D and engineering into creating this technology. I know that some people might think, hold on, but the Apple Watch is fabulous and these smart watches are great, but they only have a Bluetooth connection. This has Bluetooth plus multiband 6 plus a solar. These three bits of technology are incredibly cool, really. Smartwatches, they don't have solar. In fact, actually, I think the G-Shock smartwatch does have solar. Solar is a great big thing. It's a huge, super thing, and it's one of the reasons that I like G-Shock actually. And I know that the Tag Heuer, they've just put that technology into their F1, and I like it. I really do. Anyway, that again is another sort of topic all by itself. But this thin red line metal square, this TFC Porter limited release, is the one watch that I still wear years later. In fact, we're talking 7 years later. This is 7 years, gosh. And it's, and I still like it as much, if not more, than I did from the very beginning, which is a bit strange, because I suppose, the person that said, why don't you wear a Rolex, why don't you mature and wear a Rolex? And I do feel sometimes that I've probably gone backwards in my maturity with respect to watches, because I'm still equally as enthusiastic towards G-Shock releases as I am to any release. It is interesting. Now, I do have a mechanical here, and I will pull it out soon. But I wanted to chat about this watch and maybe a couple of others. We are getting closer to Paris, and I'm just checking the numbers here. Yeah, we're okay. Maybe I will pull out the mechanical. Give me a moment. Okay, I've pulled out a very special German watch, and it is the Archimede Pilot 100-year celebration of Archimede, and it's their Pilot chronograph GMT, this bad boy. Now, so this is a link to the conversation about limited watches. Now, when Casio G-Shock bring out a limited watch, if that watch is 700 pieces, that is zilch. For Casio, making 700 watches is absolutely as limited as it could be. It's like another brand making 7. It's nothing. And a few of their MRG, the yellow MRG, that's either 700 pieces or even 500. I've got a feeling it might be 700, but that is incredibly limited. And when Casio release a limited watch, it normally, it hits the. What's nice about Casio is that they will allocate half of them to their G-Shock stores and half of them to online. And so the online is a good test for me. And anything limited, if it's online, well, actually, the Tron, the TRN50 that I got, the little Casio. That was online for 3 minutes, right? So I mean that is incredibly crazy, and I'd like to know how many copies, it wouldn't surprise me if there were only 1,000 of those, and the online quantity of them that had gone in 3 minutes. So I mean that is limited for Casio. Anyway. For Archimede made 60 of these. There are only 60 of them, and I remember chatting to them, and they indicated that they couldn't guarantee that this would still be on the website, a month later. And so I did look. I checked actually, and I think at 6 weeks they were all gone. And so 60 of these have been made. They've been sold, and that's it. It's the end. And so that's very interesting. And it's a proper limited watch. Now, if 60 of these have gone in the space of 6 weeks online, because I think their main presence is online. Anyway, they probably have their own shop. That's a nice service station. I catch that one on the way back. Anyway, but 60 to have been sold in the space of 6 weeks means 10 a week. For a small German watch brand like that is very successful stuff. It means that this watch is good. Now, this watch is really good. It has a chronometer grade Value 5574 movement. So it's basically the Value 7750 chronograph movement, but but it's got the GMT function. It's got the orange hand, and for me, I love GMTs, and to find it on a Value 7750 based watch, because the case and the bracelet here is identical to the case and bracelet on their standard Pilot, that I think has to be one of the best value mechanical 7750 watches you can possibly buy. And it has blued hands, sapphire crystal on the back and bottom, with an Elabori 7750 Value movement. Absolutely brilliant. So this is the same, but it has a different pushers and crown, and it has a chronometer grade Value 7750 movement, but it's got the GMT complication, making it a 7754. So, I've done the numbers on this movement. It is plus half a second, I think, a day. In fact, when I measured it, I couldn't actually detect anything. I think in the up position. The down position, I think, was minus 1 second per day, or something like that. So I was getting, so that was in the up and the down position. Normally you have a watch up when you put it down at night, so indicating that it is well within chronometer spec, which I think is +6 -2 or +6 -6. I forget, because I see these numbers all the time, and I do forget. But chronometer, but any watch company that claims it meets these standards, it tends to be that they're very accurate. Actually, it's interesting. What I've realised, my experience with Seiko watches, is if it has anything like the 8L movement or above, they're always regulated and they're always very accurate. So if you get a Seiko with an 8L movement, so a Seiko Prospex, or if you get any Grand Seiko, I normally find that it's +1, +2 positive, which means that is incredibly sweet spot is +2 a day, meaning that, you know, if it's on its side or it's upside down, if it goes slightly faster or slightly slower, it's going to be absolutely fine. But, you know, what you're wanting is when you place it down on your bedside at night or in the drawer, they're normally up, so I tend to measure them when they're up anyway, and it's always nice to find that the calibration, the accuracy of the time, you know, is plus, you know, 1 or 2 seconds. That's fabulous. Even if it's +5 seconds, it's still pretty good. It's when it goes ±30 seconds that, you know, that does happen actually. But what I've noticed with older watches, they tend to go more negative. So if the watch used to be +5 seconds, +10 seconds, or bang on, over time it starts to go slow. You don't mind -1 second, you don't even mind -5 seconds, but when it goes -10 seconds, -30 seconds per day, you know, it can mean it's ready for a service, is what I've found. But because I don't wear mechanical watches too often, I don't really notice unless I make a special note of measuring it, you know, years later. I have had an IWC Pilot before, and that accuracy was fabulous until it got to about 5 years old, and then it went slow. And I think that meant it simply needed a service. But when I say I think it went slow, I think, you know, it was the odd occasion that I noticed it had been -5 or -10 seconds a day more than I seem to remember. But I don't really remember now, because I'm sure that if I noticed that, I would have probably, you know, wanted it to be right, and I might have progressed servicing. But I suppose what I should disclose also is I've never actually sent a watch back for it to be serviced. I've never done it, because the watch has either been too new or I simply haven't worn it. So the next and also I never take the screw back off. I never dismantle a watch, because in actual fact I do know that, you know, with all these high-end watches, even the MRGs and the G-Shocks I have, when they're assembled in clean rooms, which means that there's a clean room removes small dust particles that you can't even see with your eyes, but they are there. But under a loupe you will see them. So when you find out that someone has taken the back off a watch, or maybe taken the movement out and put it back together again, and perhaps they know what they're doing and they're pretty good, if they don't have a clean room, and even though the watch is perfect, there is a chance that if you go under a loupe, you are going to find little dust particles. You won't see those dust particles without a loupe, but if it's not a clean room and you have a loupe, not always, but there's a chance you will see those dust particles. Anyway, I'm off all over the place today. This is so the normal production version of this is a standard chronograph, and so it doesn't have the orange GMT hand, and instead of the stick indices it has numerals. And in actual fact, the one with the numerals, the standard model of this, it's still a really delightful watch. I really do like it. But because this is limited edition and it's the 100-year anniversary celebration, it's got the A logo, where some 7750s have their full feature set of the day and date. So what they've done with here is that you lose the day anyway for the GMT complication, and then they put the date down at 6. A lot of people like that anyway, but Archimede have really have done that because it makes the dial look so good, and they're able to put the A in the 3 o'clock position, so it looks, you know, very nice and tidy. Now, because I am very fussy with mechanical watches, and I'm very, very particular. If you've seen my YouTube channel, I've featured the Speedmaster Mark II a number of times. I still think that cushion case, 7750 base movement, but Omega do heavily upgrade it because it's got a higher power reserve and it's more accurate, and I think it has a silicon hairspring, so it really is a jazzed up Valjoux 5570, and they've got the date selector in the side of the case at the other side because they've got it in the tri-compacts format, so it's really clever. It really is. I've got something on my nose, I do apologise. And anyway, so the two Speedmaster Mark IIs, the grey dial and orange, it absolutely is perfect. And of course the black dial with the white detailing, that cushion case and that Omega bracelet is absolutely cool. But the other watch that caught my attention, was this Archimede. And because it's got a chronometer grade, once again, Valjoux, I should talk about the Valjoux movement, the 7750 movement, because it has got to be one of the all-time greatest watch movements ever created. And it doesn't have a bidirectional winder, it's a unidirectional winder. And I always, initially I would think, I don't like it because it only winds one way, the automatic mechanism. It would be much better if it's bi-directional, so whichever, because it will be quieter. Because of course the Valjoux 7750 has this lovely winding noise. Because it freewheels in one direction, it only winds in the other direction. But it is a characteristic that you really like. Sometimes you will do that, and you'll feel the rotor in its non-winding freewheeling motion, because it's a little, it's audible slightly. You've really got to listen, but you can hear it. When it's winding, it's quieter. But sometimes you can tell that you've just caught it in the free wheel. It's really delightful. But of course, you've got this standard black and white matte base dial. The registers are actually countersunk, but they're not as prominent as, for example, on the Omega Speedmaster, but they are countersunk. What's nice about them is that they're nice, big and legible. And because right now all the hands are almost together, I do apologise, you can't really see the orange GMT hand, and because it wasn't wound up or anything, it's I don't think there's any power in the spring there. Never mind. But at least you can see the aesthetic. And when I'm in the mood for a mechanical watch, this is I really do like it. Now, there is a rubber strap for it, there is a leather strap for it, and I haven't switched it to the leather strap or the rubber strap yet, and because I'm definitely more of a bracelet guy, I think, these days, and perhaps that will change, especially if they bring out an MRG King. Don't get me started on the MRG King. That is something that they have to, that would just be... Anyway, back to the mechanical watch. If I'm in the mechanical mood, today, I still find that I always want either a chronograph or a diver. I never really want any other style of watch. I put them on... Actually, I need to correct myself here. The one Rolex that I've really thought about recently was that new Land Dweller, because of the new movement. I like it, but I keep thinking, actually, if you're going Rolex, you really do have to go into the direction of the day date, having the full day at the top. There's something about that. Okay, I have to say, watches that are complicated, they need to have a day and a date. At the very least, you've got to have a date on a wristwatch. I don't know why. Some people are going to hate that. Many watches do not have a date. The designers, the movement, they've never even thought about a date. For some reason, I always want a date on a watch. I don't know why. Now, actually, because we're on mechanicals, Burneron, Sylvain Burneron, of course, he's got. I mean, that guy and that brand, their future must be fabulous. But he has a new watch. I was just thinking, he has a new watch called the Quantième, and the design of it's an annual calendar, and of course it has the day and the date, and I love that. I just love any watch that has a day and the date. It's the most desirable thing to have on a complicated watch. A chronograph, a day and a date, and a power reserve. For me, that is heaven. Apart from that, the Erlanger and Zorn Zeitwerk. Now, there is the minute repeater, but that and what do you call it? The digital mechanical. It's got the hours. Gosh, the vocabulary is completely escaping me. But the Erlanger and Zorn Zeitwerk. That is the other format of watch that if it doesn't have a day, it doesn't matter, because it's such a good watch. It's such an absolute. And that takes me to another topic. What are your, if you could, money no object, have a collection of 10 watches, which watch would you have? I know exactly, straight away, all the watches that I'd want. If I could only have 10, money no object. It would be surprising, because 5 of them aren't going to be that expensive, and 5 are going to be Erlanger and Zorn level. So anyway, let me get to the end of mechanical watches. This is a very cool, fabulous watch, and if you're into things like limited editions or special watches, or watches that really are, if you have this watch, there's a good chance you will never see another. If there are only 60, statistics are after this watch you will never see another one. So you're watching this video on YouTube. Here is an Archimede 100-year chronograph GMT. There is a very good chance that other than possibly it's on another YouTube channel that announced it when it was first released, but like this, I don't think you'll see another video with this watch in it, because there are only 60, and I bet you that all of those, the other 59, have gone off to real watch geeks that really are into pilot chronographs, German pilot chronographs, which has to be a genre all by itself because they are brilliant. Anyway, there you go, the Archimede 100-year chronograph GMT limited edition. Actually, let's talk about Berneron for a moment, because I mentioned him. I was at Watches and Wonders just recently. I was very fortunate to meet Berneron and Sylvain Berneron, and also one of his colleagues. Oh gosh, what was his name? I do apologise. A lovely guy. Anyway, Sylvain was a lovely guy, and I had a feeling, because I'd watched some other videos of Sylvain being interviewed, and to be honest, initially when I'd heard about the Mirage that was released by Berneron, the asymmetrical design didn't get me at first, but when I found out that he'd actually designed the movement in this asymmetrical manner, and that enabled the power reserve to be increased, I was instantly taken by the genius of it from an artisanal mechanical point of view. And then when I looked at the watch again and listened again to his explanation of using only precious materials and the highest quality of manufacture, and then the design grew on me, but the whole thing, the whole brand really grew on me. And then I met him, and this comment, you never meet your heroes or the stars that you like, because you cannot be disappointed. Well, that statement's very true, but with Sylvain Berneron, it was not true at all. Sylvain was a lot more impressive in real life than he is on camera, and he comes across very well on camera. There's a few interviews of him out there on YouTube, and everyone will think, this is a nice guy, he's very credible, and he's put a lot of time, effort and work into his brand. He's an okay guy. But when you meet the guy, he's actually better than that. I have to say that, because that was the vibe that I got, and so it was very nice to meet him. But then he spoke about his business, about his new watch called the Quantième, that I think is the coolest thing that I've come across in terms of mechanical watches. And if I had the spare firepower, I would really want a Mirage, and I'd want a Quantième. I would be begging him to sell me one of the two watches. I'd want a Mirage, most definitely, and I'd want the Quantième. The Quantième is the one that really has got me. It's a perpetual, it's an annual calendar. It's an annual calendar. Péage, hold on. I'll come back to Berneron. I'm going to pause the camera, switch it around. I think it's fun approaching these péages, and because I've done it before, I thought, let me video the approach and leaving each time, because it's fun. And over the years, it should change, I imagine. And I need to put on my Apple Watch for this. You see, this is I've got my Apple Watch on now. This is the problem with technology, and how it changes things. And let me choose. I'm going to have to jump out the car as well to pay, but I'm going to pay with my watch. What a thing, hey? Anyway, this is the first. Well, it's the first péage. You enter and then you exit, and you always pay on the exit. So this is the first toll, but the second gate I'm going through. And what I will do is I will pause just there whilst I go and pay. And we are off. And for some reason, my ticket wasn't accepted. And but a lady, you can press a button that gets you help, and the lady could tell where I had entered the toll, and so I was able to pay at that point. Anyway, there you go, the péage. So back to Berneron, and so this guy has, I think his training, I should know sort of off the top of my head, was in engineering and architecture, I think. But very quickly he ended up in the watch industry. I think he's more of the A-class kind of person, well-educated, and and has an idea about what he wants to do in life, and has gone on with it. But from experience, I know that setting up your own company is always hard. Even if you have money and resources, it's always incredibly hard. In fact, if you are a person with money and resources and you set up your own business, the likelihood of you failing is very high. And so that's because often people think that resources and money are big barriers to entry, and they really are. But even when people have those resources, and it's still very, very hard. But Sylvain had decided to put everything he owned into the design, R&D and the build of his first watch, the Mirage, and really had no idea if people were going to like it or buy it. He had no idea, and that fact got me very interested in the brand and in him, because I love that blind faith. I love the way that someone can have such passion and such drive in their approach to something, that they will put all the money on red and roll the dice and off they go, because they know that keeps And then the actual product, the wristwatch, the mechanical wristwatch, and building and making your own movement, your own case, putting your watch together, and it's your first watch. It's absolutely what dreams are made of. I love it. And then his second watch is very different to the first watch, but in coincidence, complicated watches with days and dates, an annual calendar. It's right up my street. It's made of platinum, which is my favourite watch material because of its heft and its luster, the way that when you polish platinum, it's this dull silvery colour that it has. It's lovely. So I was just highly impressed by him, and in turn, and his colleague, I'm on camera and I forget his colleague's name, but he was a chap that I spoke to initially, and he gave me a good feeling about Burneron as a brand, and sitting down with both of them and having this long conversation with Sylvain, in the back of my mind I kept on thinking, this company, Burneron's going to go big. I don't want to say things like that because I feel that you're tempting fate sometimes. But anyway, my point is that today, based on what I've seen and what I know, but it's really the evidence. This is evidence-based. These watches, these designs, his story, what he's done, and the market are evidence of one heck of a fabulous new watch brand that I really do think is going to go. It will steamroll into the future, and so I feel like saying, Burneron as a watch brand, watch this space, because we've got 2 watches now. Imagine what the 3rd, 4th, 5th are going to look like. It's going to be fantastic. Anyway, that is Burneron. So we are not far away from Paris now. We're North Paris, because how I approach it is when you're when you're in the traffic near Paris, it's always going to get much busier. But this is a Sunday, so it's going to be the least busy. Actually, the least busy is very early in the morning or late at night. But it's we should be fine here. And I've just got a little message on there. I'll look at that in a moment. But so we are just north of Paris. All of a sudden, it's let me turn the camera. You can see the sunshine. This is, I suppose, what you'd be expecting. This gorgeous French weather. So this is what we have. And so when you see this, you can't imagine it raining again like it did earlier. But there you go. But the sun coming through the windshield, you can, it definitely feels that things are getting a little warmer. So the issues that we have, actually, because we're in Paris now and the traffic is going to seize up, I'm going to pause, but I will come back to EVs in a moment. I'm chatting about EVs, but I'll show you the traffic for a moment. This is what I mean by it tightens up, and you do have to concentrate on your sat-nav and the lanes that you are in. More and more, I put my faith into the sat-nav, because you might have an idea of where you're going in your mind. The sat-nav contradicts it, and you've got that decision: do I follow sat-nav or do I go where I think I'm going? And the last few times I've done that this year, the sat-nav has been right each time. So more and more I really am following the sat-nav, which is a bit of a shocker. Anyway, let's get back to EVs. So plenty of traffic, but as I suggested, the wheels are turning, and we seem to be doing very well. Okay, so EVs. I just started to talk about the range. I looked at a business report just the other day. In China, a Chinese brand has got 80% charging down to 15 minutes on a battery that I think was 60 or 75 kilowatts. So that is big enough for a small four-door car. Now, but that wasn't the bit that got me. The bit that got me was that I think the indication was it had a range of 400 miles. So I've always said to myself, an EV gets to 500 miles a range on an 80% charge, and that charge goes anywhere near half an hour or less. You know, you have that car will dominate the vehicle landscape. There's no need to have a petrol car anymore. 400 miles isn't 500 or 550. The petrol car I'm driving right now, I'm sure that it will do 600 miles on a full tank if you drive it nicely. It will definitely do 550, but I know that most petrol cars have a tank that's actually the size of petrol that will push the car along 550 miles. So 500, 550 is the magic range of all petrol cars anyway. And of course, to fill the tank, it's the time that you arrive at a petrol station and you fill up that tank, which takes no more than about 5 minutes. So charging has been an issue, range has been an issue, and I suppose cost has been an issue. But let's just put the cost aside for a moment and look at the deliverables. So looking at charge time and range, and then we've got the availability of charge stations, and that has been horrendous. Although today it is much better, I have to say that it's definitely much better. But I've had some howling experiences being in charge stations, being on journeys, and I just have not been able to get my car charged, and it's caused mega problems. And hold on a moment, I need to get into that left lane. Hold on. Yeah, you do have to. Paris, busy cities. So the range and the charge time, let's focus on those two things. In the past, I've driven EVs, and the charge time for 80% has definitely not been anywhere near 15 minutes. It's been more like an hour. I don't remember it, but maybe 45 minutes if it was a new charge station and it really was delivering the 50 kilowatts of charge. But it was, I mean, at the time it was novel, so you make the most of it, but you can't operate, if this was, you can't live like that. It doesn't work. And then the range, the fact that you're doing it, every 200 miles, that's it just doesn't work. When you tolerate that and then go back to a petrol car, you can't believe it. I've heard people say, that I've gone to electric, then they've gone back to petrol, and they've said, I'm never going electric ever again. What a horrible experience. So the manufacturers, they are probably aware of that, but yet they are, I don't know, because I wouldn't be making a car that has a range of 150 miles with a charge time of 45 minutes for 80%. That's just not, it doesn't work. That is just not far enough. Okay, hold on a moment. I've got to really think about what I'm doing here. I'll keep the video on, and I do apologise if my conversation slows down. Hopefully it won't, because this is where it can be a little bit confusing, and but I think it can be confusing, and even though my sat nav, I've taken a big chance here, but I think I'm in the right lane. No, this is correct. Okay, Paris roads are they are known to be a little bit higgledy-piggledy, and the sat-nav is obviously doing its best to get you in the right lane. Those horns weren't me, by the way, but luckily I've been very lucky this time, because I do recognise the road. Yes, this is correct. Now look at the traffic coming up there. I don't know if you can see it. It's pretty horrible. Oh yes, this is some grotty traffic. I might have to not talk and concentrate. Okay, we'll come back to EVs in a moment. I'm going to be on the safe side and not talk now. You see, the wheels are turning, which is great, even though it's highly congested, and we're on, Paris roads, and this is probably, this is Sunday traffic, so yeah, this gives you an indication. You really don't want to be driving in Paris unless it's midnight, because I'm sure this is the route that I did one occasion when I drove at midnight, or the early hours of the morning, and it was delightful because it wasn't empty, but it was much lighter, and at night time it was lovely. Anyway, I wanted to get to the end of EVs, the range and charging. So the Chinese have got a 75 kilowatt battery that can be 80% charged in 15 minutes. And it will push a vehicle along 400 miles. Now, I don't know if that is a production vehicle or they were illustrating the range of the battery, but that is a go. In business terms, what you've got there is a winning formula. That can end up in a tin with four wheels, and you have got a game changer, especially if the price is right. Now, do forgive me if those facts are slightly out a little bit, but generally I think I'm thereabouts. I think I'm right because that's what's come to memory, so I'm pretty sure it's there. And I would have thought that if you have that, plus you can turn up to a charge point, and within a few minutes you will definitely get your car plugged in. We have a working solution, but being in a vehicle that only has a range of 150 or even 250, and the likelihood of you not being able to charge the thing when you're traveling, doing a journey, is because the likelihood of the charge station being out of order, or there aren't any free plugs, that really is, that's not what you're buying. You don't want to buy into that. And all this early adoption stuff, and people will get to like it, they will not get to like it. They will want a petrol car, and they won't want to touch electric ever again, even though if you drive to the shops from your driveway, it's delightful. In a business context, or in a commuting context, or not really, but in a traveling context, you do not want that. That is a horror story. It ruins your journey. It's completely not, it doesn't add any value to anything. It's miserable. So But the Chinese, what they are doing is that they are strongly suggesting that we are going to have this magic 500-mile range from a 75 kilowatt battery, and you can charge the thing within 15 minutes up to 80%. Or you've got an 80% charge, 15 minutes, 500 miles. That is the event horizon. That's the game changer. That's what's going to push electric vehicles to the rest of the world. You've got that kind of performance, because if you can get that performance, and based on what we've had, it means that the battery packs are going to get, the energy density is going to be better, and the ability to charge is going to get better. And so EVs are the future. And I suppose this little segment of the video, what I'm saying is, I am pretty sure that EVs are definitely the future. I don't think there's going to be another technology like hybrid or helium. I can't, or any other fuel, unless there's something that we're not being told about. Electric vehicles are definitely going to be the future, is my point of view. Anyway, I wanted to finish this little segment. I'm going to switch off now and focus again on this traffic. Quickly showing you the traffic again. The good news is, as I said earlier, the wheels are turning. I haven't been stationary once, so that's very good. As long as the traffic moves, you know that everything is functioning. The wheels have just got to keep turning. And there is that funky building that looks like, it's I love it when these architects get their way, and these very funky buildings that look odd, actually get made. I mean, they're chunks of steel and glass, really. But from a technical point of view, I suppose they're very cool. And it does look odd, doesn't it? And I think you can see that in the camera. It looks odd, but it's cool. I sort of like the fact it's there. I don't really think it's a building that I like, but I certainly like the fact it exists and someone designed it and then engineers built it. I do think that is very, very cool. And okay, I'm just being very gentle. This traffic so far has been delightful, measured on the fact that my wheels have not been in stationary traffic, and I say that we have this merging traffic here. It's not their fault, it's the design of people tell you that the Paris roads can be a little tricky, and because they were designed hundreds of years ago, really. So the roads are not the best designs for lots of traffic, but they are working, and as you can probably see, hopefully, if you look at the volume of the traffic there, everything's nicely moving along. The wheels are turning. It brakes when you have stationary traffic. That's when hell breaks loose, and you've got a failure point. If the wheels keep moving, we are good to go. If anyone is familiar with Paris, you might recognise where I am now. For some reason I love this little bit, and I forget its name, but hopefully it's going to take me along an area that's exiting Paris, the central part of Paris, and it always seems so French. I love it. And I'm having trouble with my recall today, but it might be because my senses are highly focused on traffic and awareness of my surroundings, and I'm trying to say things that are interesting, so it's a little tricky, but so far this heavy traffic is quite manageable. The wheels are turning, everyone's happy, there's no speed freaks and bad drivers, and we mentioned bad drivers at the beginning of the video. Bad drivers are horrible. just starting to speed up, and from memory, I think we turn right onto a motorway, and that is it. Paris is done. In fact, I'm pretty certain we are almost there because we're speeding up now. So that's it, folks. I think Paris, central Paris, has been done. The Sunday strategy, well, the driving on a Sunday to avoid lots of traffic has been successful. Not once have I been in stationary traffic. This has been a delight. Anyway, I'm going to pause there and take a break and put the news on for a moment. Look at that. Paris is done. We are cruising on these delightful empty roads. Well, empty compared to Paris. But I didn't stop once in station traffic, apart from there was a traffic lights. But because the roads that we've been on, I've been in station traffic on those roads, and because I, foolishly have done this journey on a weekday, during commuting hours, and it's absolutely horrible. It adds 1 hour to the journey, and that 1 hour is stationary traffic. And so I feel this huge relief. Because the rest of the journey is like this, and in fact the more south I go, the less traffic, and at the very end there's absolutely no traffic for a while, so it's delightful. Plus we've got the sunshine, it's very warm, and we are talking about watches, and I'm going to come back to watches very soon. So I've done a quick wheel change. Well, it's not a wheel change, it is a watch change, and hopefully you can see that I've picked up the MRG Silver Square with the shimmering thin red line, and in fact let me put this up to the camera, and because I've got the sun on me, I cannot really tell if that's any good. Hopefully that you can see that. I really apologise if you can't see it, but you should be able to see it. But this is the watch that, if I had to choose any of my squares, it's the one that I can, and I really can only have one. This is the one I go for because it is the most practical. Because it's natural titanium silver, and it's got the thin red line and the positive display, and you can wear it with everything and anything. And I actually wore it to go to Watches and Wonders. I also had the black one with the gold buttons because it's just so cool. And this is the one that it's another MRG. It's another G-Shock that I've got that I like even more today than when I got the thing. I don't know how that works. It probably presents me with a big problem, because it means that when Casio, punt and mute their new releases like the Goliath Frog, it just means damage to your bank account. It just means terror, a hostile takeover of your mental well-being and your finances. You are distraught. That flipping Goliath green frog, that green frog also means that I'm going to have to get a green outfit again, because to wear that green frog you do need to be wearing the correct shade of green t-shirts and or jeans, and then socks and footwear. It all has to be colour coordinated, and believe me, I will be doing that. I will be greened up to the max, wearing that green Goliath frogman. So there we have a problem. So the people that say, "Hey Stephen, why are you wearing a Rolex? Your age, you should be in a Patek Philippe or a Rolex." And I think I do agree with you. but I'm just watching what's going on here. I do agree with you. Hold on, I need to watch. Okay. I agree with you, but G-Shock have really got me by the short and curlies. Why have they done that? I have no idea. And the other G-Shock MRG that's on my radar is the MRG stroke B2100 without the chronograph. It's G-Shock keep doing this to me. And also the MRG B2000, which is an original proper MRG, because lots of the MRGs are basically, it's like Mercedes and AMG. They've got a current production car that they, charge it up with their latest and greatest. Although MRG really is, fitting more than an extra body kit and an extra bigger engine. MRGs are really built from the ground up at a much higher level. Anyway, there's a couple of MRGs out there that I really want, but because they are a little bit harder to get, it makes you think twice. But the Goliath Frog, the green frog, is something that you just have to go to all lengths to get your hands on it. Anyway, this is what I'm wearing at this point in time whilst I'm driving, and it's very, very cool. I thought I would do a quick halfway time check. Well, I think I'm actually beyond halfway in terms of miles, but I have been up for 12 hours now, and I've actually been driving for 10 hours, and I think earlier I said around this time, it's roughly 3 p.m. now, that would equal about 10 hours of driving, but I've been actually awake for 12 hours. And so 10 hours driving, 12 hours awake, I'm absolutely fine. If I feel okay, it's one of those feelings where I'm ready for another cup of coffee and a chat to someone, a passenger in the car that I don't have. Apart from my imaginary friend, apart from them, I'm sort of by myself. But I'm just listening to the latest world news. It's very interesting, and I have some grapes and some water here. And I thought, and I looked at the time, and then I thought, I've been up 12 hours, driving for 10 hours. That means I've only got another 8 hours from this point. Should get me where I'm going, no problem at all. So my machine here tells me that I've got about 5.5 hours of driving, but I think that's overly optimistic. I think I have to stick another hour on that. So about 6.5 hours, we should be done. And based on how I feel right now, and because Paris was so smooth, and I think I said earlier, I took a wrong turn at the beginning, and it literally, took me out about a minute and a half. And I said, if you ever take a wrong turn, let it be a nice one, because you don't want a wrong turn in Paris. Paris was perfect, because a wrong turn in Paris can cost you 20 minutes easily. You can really end up going the wrong way for a little while until it reroutes you around. It's a nightmare. So my thoughts around wrong turns is all coming true. And I think I jokingly said, because I've done one wrong turn there, I'll be fine for the rest of the journey. And so it feels really good. Maybe we might do a record time today, because it has been effortless so far. I've only actually stopped the once as well, and I'm going to go as far as I can on this now, because even though everything was going well, I think I'll need 2 stops anyway, which is absolutely fine. Anyway, there you go, midway. Well, we're past midway. actually the third time I'm stopping, and so it's the ticket for the second toll, and so I have this toll, and I have one more. I thought I had 4, but only 3. The way that I've come, I think, is it might be a toll-free route. Definitely, you don't miss this toll. I do recognise this one. Anyway, here we arrive at the second toll road, and I quite like videoing the entrance to these things. It's I suppose a bit of fun. I should have got into the other lane. I won't. I'll stay in this one. Anyway, there you go. This nice lady just passed me the ticket. How lovely. She was very nice. She could see that I was in a right hooker car, and I think she's cleaning or providing maintenance, and knocked on my window and gave me the péage ticket, the toll ticket. Anyway, there you go. This is toll road number 2. So I'm in the middle of France now. It's called the Massif Central, and basically it's gorgeous, and it's like this. Going into the south of France now, the road is like this the whole time, and when I come off this road, it's going to be on even more nice looking roads. This is really a nice part of the journey, and I'll just turn the camera. I thought I would do a quick time check, because I've noticed that I've been going nearly 15 hours. So I've been up heading towards 15 hours. I've been driving for 12 and a half, 13 hours, something like that. So just starting to feel tired, but because I've only had 3 coffees the whole time, and I did stop about an hour ago, and I had tuna fish, sweet corn and potato, and I had a whole packet of biltong. I was hungry actually, and I thought that would wake me up a little bit, which it did, and I didn't have a drink of anything, because I did also have a bottle of water 30 minutes out from the last stop, so I should be all hydrated. My food level should be, my blood sugar should be fine, but I was literally just thinking, I've got about another 5 hours left, which is, it's not too bad, it's pretty good, which would take me up to, so I've been driving 5 hours, and another 5 hours of driving would take me 18 hours. So that's almost door to door. And so the last 5 hours, last 4 hours is the bit that is a little more tricky. Now, I can tell that I'm going to be fine, because I actually feel okay, and I imagine if I stopped right now, walked around for a minute or 2, I would feel absolutely fine. And I do have some emergency cooked roast beef, believe it or not, and having protein is going to be perfect for my blood sugar. Anyway, we don't have a problem at all, but I thought I'd mention. Anyway, because I am just slightly on the edge of going tired, my desire to talk about wristwatches, it's going to tail off, I think. So I was thinking, I'm going to roll the camera, and we're going to chat a little bit more about wristwatches. And the thought that came into my mind was, I've alluded in other videos that I would also like to make a wristwatch. Now, I've been, my desire to make a wristwatch is in 2 forms. It is a mechanical watch that's actually based around the Valjoux 7750 movement and the ETA 2824 or Selita's SW200. Because these really are fabulous movements. They can be regulated, and you can buy them in a top grade quality. So really, they're good enough for any watch, really. And you've got the 3-hand date option with the 2824, and you've got the chronograph option with the value. Now, perhaps the Sellita SW500 and the latest version of that is such a good movement also. So when I see that, I mean value based, I mean this brilliant workhorse of a chronograph movement, the 7750 and the 2824, or the SW200 from Sellita. I was thinking to myself that this year, or maybe next year, I am expecting Sellita to release another movement again, increasing the power reserve, I think up to 72 hours. But I think Sellita have already got the SW500 around the 60-hour mark anyway. So for me, a power reserve ideally has to be 72 hours, which is really 3 days, which means you can put the watch down on a Friday, and on Monday morning you can literally come back to your watch, and it is going to be still working. Assuming it's charged up on a Friday, you put it down for the entire weekend, 3 days, well 2 days, but in the third day you'll pick it up. It's going to be working, and so that's where the 3 days, 72-hour thing comes from. Normally, a person is going to pick up their watch on a Saturday or a Sunday and wear it anyway, and that's where that power reserve being 48 hours, 50 hours, it's where that desirability comes in, because it's highly likely that you take a watch off for a whole day. Do you really put your watch down on a Friday and put it back on a Monday morning? I imagine some people do, but really we're focused on this 72 power, this 3-day power reserve. So that was the thing I was thinking about. And also, I've got this thing about having a power reserve on the dial. Now with the 7750, you can buy that in a version that offers the power reserve complication on the dial. From the full feature set that has the day, you can actually get the 7750 with a power reserve instead of the day, and it's actually located where the day would be. It's a really nice complication, and I would sacrifice the day for a power reserve on the dial. Although I'm such a day and date fan, I don't know. Anyway, it's something that I would like. But then I thought there's Le Jour Paris, and there are a couple of other movement manufacturers that I have said hello to, and I would like to know if really, I can approach them again to ask them about what movements they have on offer, and could I possibly buy movements from them and then design a case, a dial and handset structure around their movement. That was the other thing as well. But anyway, so you can see the direction I'm going in with respect to a mechanical movement watch. A 3-hand date or a day date chronograph. So very sort of typical, common, well-trusted, well-liked movements. And I was going to go down the route of a sports chronograph style, and of course a sports diver style. Those two styles in particular. And also I did mock up some designs of a field watch, and the field watch did have a power reserve, because actually you can get the 2824 with a power reserve complication, and so that really got me. Anyway, so we have the mechanical watch, and it is still something I would love to do. I would love to make my own movement or something like that, but even if you were to make your own movement but purchase things like the balance wheel and the hairspring and the running gear and the main wheels, it's still incredibly expensive to make your own mechanical movement if you are literally designing it from scratch. Although I wouldn't rule that out, especially with some thoughts I have with respect to digital watches. Now, the other prong of attack is to make a digital watch, and this is the thing that I probably have the most passion for. Actually, no, that's not true. I have passion for both, but really it is which one do I want to do first. I'm going to be honest, I really want to do both at the same time, but you need your financial firepower would have to be so great to throw all the R&D and the gear up for, you know, a new mechanical movement watch and a new digital watch. These numbers are very big. So, with respect to the digital watch, really, I suppose I'm heavily inspired by Casio and Seiko. The other design aesthetic inspiration really comes from the 1970s and the LCD watches that triggered the unbelievable quartz crisis for the Swiss watch industry. But if you remember those Seiko LCD wristwatches with 4 buttons, actually, and what became before the LCD wristwatches were those little red LED watches. How cool were they? I would love to have a go at actually reproducing one of those with today's technology. But it was really the LCD display with a world time complication, chronograph, timers, alarms, and I think at that to focus on world time, chronograph, a stopwatch, timers, and perhaps something funny where you could store a simple carriage string, something like that would be great. Now, I've spoken about this before, and I've had some other in my other videos, I'm sure that I've mentioned something similar. And really, when you're designing something like this, you're starting off with, what technology do I have? What technology is in the realms of possibility? What R&D do I have to do? At the same time, you're wanting a new design look, a new design aesthetic, and you're wanting to focus on your icon and your imagery, that kind of thing. Now, because my work experience is kind of over in this direction, I sort of have a good idea of how to address this sort of stuff. So with the mechanical watch, even though I've got some loose designs in my mind, I sort of didn't put too much effort in the design because I know we can get the design right. I think we can make a design that is very attractive today. I think there's a market there for a watch that I'm hoping to build. Now, the bit that I need to really think about is the display and the module. So it's the electronics that are driving the display and the technology in that. So things like, do you have it Bluetooth? Is it possible to have a multi-band 6? Is it possible to have it solar powered or gyro powered? Or do you look at all the other possibilities out there that create enough charge to charge up a rechargeable battery? So this for me is incredibly interesting because I'm such a technology hog, really. I love technology, and my work experience, I suppose, is in technology. So I'm familiar with all the buzzwords around technology, but the technology that we're really dealing with, that I'm really focused on, is microelectronics, microengineering. And so what I thought was, okay, I need to baseline the type of display that I'm going to be focusing on. Is it going to be like a smartwatch with a mini LED display? Is it going to be an e-paper display that is just monocolor, black or white? Is it going to be an LCD display? Now, the reason why, the answer to what is the type of display, the reason why that's important is because it has an implication to the power drain of the power source. For example, without really thinking about it, generally anything that's light emitting, so for example a mini LED display like in your smartphone, it requires quite a lot of electricity in context. They'll require a lot of power. E-paper displays don't require much power at all, because you're just changing the charge of some very clever technology that allows light in or reflects light, and then you have a liquid crystal display that's similar, that's possibly that has the least demand on power need. Now, one of the one of the design things I really wanted was very high contrast. Now, for example, G-Shock, they have a very high contrast in their latest MRG digital watches, in their GMW digital watches. Those LCD displays are very high contrast, but they have also the display that is predominantly a negative display that they have in the heart rate monitor watches. I think I need to go back, but I think the contrast ratio between that and LCD, I think it's even stronger. Now, also things like, do you want the display to be sunlight reflective? Because you can find that technology, I believe, in e-paper. Anyway, long story short, it was the LCD display and the e-paper display that really got me, because it's staying in line with the 1970s LCD vibe. It's got that very high contrast black and white thing, and the e-paper technology that I've seen that was in some Seiko watches that were released about 4 years ago. Apart from the refresh rate, the contrast ratio and the quality of that display was really nice. Now, also, whatever display I use, it's going to be underneath a sapphire crystal display, which is a nice touch. And you can do a couple of things to really make the display, look depthy and look very nice. So I felt that, okay, I really need to make a decision on do I need a display that is like an LCD display that's lighting up predetermined shapes that then create a number or a letter, or do I have an e-paper display that's similar with a micro LED, so you are creating images from controlling aspects of the display itself. So you can see how this gets very technical, but having the framework of understanding what was possible and what the energy consumption was enabling me to also think through what display I was going for. And right now I'm in the camp of e-paper, because when you shine the watch at sunlight, as I understand it, you can use the sun to reflect the contrast of the e-paper display, which is absolutely fantastic. It means that when you're walking down the street or you're in a well-lit room, the thing's going to look fabulous. But also when you're in a very dark lit room, it looks brilliant as well. And I do remember the Seiko watches with e-paper that I remember I had a couple to look at. When the room was very dimly lit, you didn't need to use the backlight, you could still see the time. So I was going down the e-paper route, and I still am going down the e-paper route. But then you have to think through, is that really what you want to do? Because if I'm hoping to build a chip at the same time to drive the circuitry that's required for an e-paper display, you are really stuck with the e-paper display. So in the R&D process, you have to really think through, what can I transfer to what screen technology in the future. So then you are straight over to, do we use software? Do we use machine programming? Do we use a microelectronics controller, etc., etc.? Because then you might confuse a potential customer by, is it a smartwatch or is it not a smartwatch? creating a new object point of view, I was thinking to myself, I definitely do not want it to be a smartwatch. I want it to be an object that is a standalone object and is going to live for 30 years, no problem, and the only thing that might need replacing is a battery, and that should be achievable with today's technology. And also, I was hoping to do some very fancy things with having the highest quality of chip design and chip quality, and all the circuitry made out of industrial gold, to make it look very nice. So potentially I could put a sapphire case back on this electronic watch anyway. But because of how where the battery is, I might not be able to do it, but it also might be possible. Anyway, this sort of conversation is always much better with a computer-aided design drawing of it, and I don't have that for you today. And so I do apologise, this is going to be conversational, but at least I am talking to what I am thinking about in the terms of what technically this watch is going to have in terms of its display. Now, let's talk about the driving circuitry and the driving technology. So, I've got in my mind a technical spec with respect to a power reserve and other related items. So the whole power reserve or the powertrain, but for this electrical digital watch, was to have a rechargeable battery with an operational shelf life of a minimum of 20 years, and apparently that is achievable. So that means that you can bash the thing and it's definitely going to last 10, 15 years, and if you treat it well, it's really going to last 25 years, no problem. And I was also thinking, and I could have a replacement strategy built into this watch anyway. So anyway, we'll come to that. But so the battery, in theory, with an e-paper display, that is all plausible right now, with a potential 20-year life cycle using a rechargeable system. And of course, the avenue I was going down was having it solar recharged. So designing the watch in a way that maximises the space available and the size available for a solar recharge crystal. It's not called crystal. Photovoltaic material, but the latest version of that. So this is where the whole watch and the design of it, everything. So you can't really compartmentalise each thing because everything impacts the design of the other thing. So right now, I briefly explained the power usage, impacts the display. That then impacts the case design because the amount of space has to be reserved for a solar panel, or technology allows you to put the solar panel below the display. So that was something else I was looking at. I think it might be easier with LCD, I don't know, but that's another bridge to cross. But off the top of my head, based on the conversations I had, there should be enough space anyway to put a solar recharge capability inside the top of a watch to charge up a battery and the size is needed to drive an e-paper display. So all that is checking out. But the minute you put Bluetooth into the equation, that flags up a red flag immediately, because even though today you can Bluetooth has got much more economical and you get very low power demand from Bluetooth. A Bluetooth in the context of the watch I'm trying to make is very power hungry. So you really have to think through how much of the Bluetooth do you really want. And that's why I wanted the watch to be built and designed as a standalone unit, exactly what G-Shock do. I think I'm right in saying that you buy any G-Shock watch today that's Bluetooth enabled, that watch and all its functions are obtainable via the watch itself. there is something, even the power reserve. It might not show the power reserve, for example, on the GMW, but it definitely shows you when the power is low. So you do have really a power reserve indicator on your dial, so that sort of satisfies that. So that's where I am with respect to the digital master watch, and I know that it would make this conversation a lot more interesting if I can show you images. A lot of the images I've got are sketched, and even though I would love to show you them, I really want to show you the computer aided designer images first, and then I'll show you the sketches in retrospect. It's because first impressions really count, and I want this to really look cool from day one. I can make it sound really cool. Anyway, I wanted to take you through just some of the words that describe some of the design constraints of the digital watch. And I think that, I've already spoken a little bit about the mechanical watch. So I suppose at the end of this little part of the video, yes, I am wanting to make a wristwatch, not only a mechanical watch but a digital watch. Most of my effort has actually gone into the digital watch right now, and one of the big challenges I've got is raising cash for it, because it is going to be expensive, but I'm definitely in the camp of, let's just do it properly and see what it costs and see if that's, in the realms of possibility, because I know it's really not going to be cheap. There's a lot of money needed here. Anyway, this would be a huge passion project, which is how I want to play it. It's going to be jolly interesting, and I really am going as quickly as I can to get myself into a position where I can progress this. And I would love to, come back onto YouTube and talk more about it. Anyway, I don't know if you can hear, it's now raining, and I will end this bit of the video on my digital master watch, and I'm going to have a little bit of a break and listen to a little bit more of Joe Rogan and Hal Puthoff. That's what I'm listening to right now. I was quite enjoying the conversation actually. And I'll quickly turn the camera around so you can see the rain. There we go. And ironically, in the video 10 minutes back, I was chatting about rain. For me, it's a few hours ago I was chatting about rain as I was showing you the lovely blue sky. And what's interesting is the rain comes and you feel the temperature go down. I'm in the car with shorts, so the air coming through into the cockpit, I can feel it. I can feel the temperature's gone down. Anyway, there you go. I'm going to sign off for now because I think I started this bit with I've been driving 13 hours now. I've been in the car 15 hours, and I've got a good few. I've got 4.5 hours left. Anyway, I will come back to you when I'm near a péage at the very least, and I really intend to say hello again when I'm very close to the end of the journey, so you can see what state I'm in and what I look like. Anyway, speak very, very well. I'll speak within seconds to you guys, but I will be gone now for a couple of hours. Péage. The moment I talk about the péage, it came on me just like that. Okay, let me go pay. Okay, can you believe it? As I stopped filming, that péage appeared. That's my seatbelt. Hold on, let's get that there. And so we are rolling. Okay, I only wanted to show you the péage. I'm going to get back to my grapes and Joe Rogan and Hal Puthoff. And I've just noticed that it's now 16, 12, 13, 14, 15 and a half towards 16 hours that I've been up, and so the actual driving time get to 15 hours and you feel a little tired. Now, it's not. I suppose it's a little tired, but it's more. My ability to chat about G-Shock is probably diminished right now, and I am listening to podcasts and chilling out and debating with myself if I'm going to have one last coffee today. So it's nearly 7 p.m. and my computer, my sat nav tells me that I've got 3 hours left. So 3 hours feels like nothing considering I've been driving 15 hours already. So yeah, this is quite interesting. Anyway, I wanted to show this video just in case I don't show another video. But I will though, because I'm sure that I've got one more péage, which is right at the end. And if I do remember, which I will do, I'll video arriving at the péage barrier and exiting the final péage, the toll. And this is the final toll. So I think what I'll do is I'll say ciao for now, and I will video again approaching the toll, and then the last video will be me leaving the last toll, the last péage, because I think I'm all done on the chatting front, apart from when I was wearing the silver MRG Square earlier. I think I forgot to say that G-Shock are bringing out a GMW version. I had mentioned that earlier when I was wearing the Porter, the TFC. I did say that G-Shock were going to bring out a silver version of that. So that's an accurate statement. And I suppose having the silver MRG, they're basically bringing that out, but in the stainless steel GMW version. And I think that will be a really nice release. It makes you think that sometimes Casio G-Shock do leave the best releases to the last of a model run. But they are still updating the module actually inside the GMW B5000, which is, I think, is so interesting and so cool actually, that they are making changes as they go along, because the GMW B5000 has been in production since 2018. Well, it's been released since 2018. It's now 2025, so that's 7 years. That model is 7 years old. That's amazing if you think about it. And I must remember to mention that in another video, because not many other watches are made for 7 years. The exact same watch. And actually, they must do. Certainly in different colorways. But I'm quite sure that the original GMW B5000 is still available today, as it was in 2018. That is 7 years of production. Well, 7 years it's been released. Anyway, let me say ciao for now. I will film again at the péage, and then there'll be a final video when I get to the end of that toll. Okay, speak soon. Just thought I'd show you the rain. So it has rained a couple of times today. It's been sunny, but there's nice colour at the moment, and the rain is really quite pleasant. Makes a nice noise on the windscreen. Anyway, there you go. It's not always sunny and idyllic. We have had rain. As expected, here is the last toll road of my journey, and I remembered it's right at the end. And so when I stop now, I literally pick up a ticket, and that's it. And And yeah, feeling a little tired. I'll come and chat in a moment. Let me get through the let me collect the ticket, because I'm on the other side. I have to get out of the car. Okay, so I have the ticket. I've got less than 100 miles, so I've only got about an hour and a half left of the journey, which means, hold on, so that means that I've been travelling now 3, 5, 12, 17 hours towards 18, so 17 hours I've been up. I've been driving about 16 hours. So this is what 16 hours of driving looks like. 16. So the next time your friend or you say to yourself or somebody else, I've been driving 3.5 hours, it's a long way. Or you've been driving 5 hours, it's terrible. This is 16 hours of driving. I can't believe it. Anyway, I really do only have about an hour and a half left. You can probably hear in my voice, you do get tired. And I've been listening to more podcasts to relax. And my ability to chat about watches has really diminished now. Anyway, as promised, I will video the last barrier at the end of this toll, and that will be my last one. But at least I've got there, and I've videoed all the tolls on this journey. Anyway, I will speak then. Thought I would quickly show you. This is sunset. It's 9:05 local time, and you can probably tell that it's actually the camera might make it look a little brighter, but everyone has their headlights on now, and I think you can see the headlights on the road. But I thought I would show you sunset because it's a lovely part of the south of France. The roads are fabulous. It's very nice. Anyway, I will video the very last gate of the. I'm on a toll road right now. I think in a few miles I'll get to the end of that toll road, and that will be my last video. Anyway, I'm feeling good. All is good, and I'm waiting to get this toll road done. So I think I've almost made it. I've almost got to the end of the third péage. Yes, there it is. Okay, we have done it. Oh, there we go. This was my jump off point. So I thought if I get here, I'm going to be happy, and I need to jump out of the car, and then I will say good night. This journey is almost done. Hold on. So we have done it. Can you believe that? There you go. That's the sixth barrier. That's the end of the third toll for me, and I'll just turn the camera. So I think this is how the video started. I was in darkness like this. Anyway, I've been up 18 hours, I think now. I've lost count. It might be 18. I've been driving approximately 16 hours, so that's actual driving, I think, or 16 and a half. Anyway, it's all good. I'm not far away. I'm very happy. I'm in one piece, and at that I am going to say good night. In the just then, I'm not sure that you could actually see my face because it was so dark, but I thought to myself I would say goodnight once again in the hope that you can see me. Light comes in through the street lamps, and so I think you can. I think I'm more illuminated. Anyway, we are in one piece. It feels very good. Great journey. Hopefully this isn't too long. I've got a feeling it's very long. Anyway, it's a good night from me.